Now, there we go. I still have one day left unless I jump forward a couple of years. Pretty much done. Yeah, just a few things to do on the side, and some things, well, really, one stream will more than finish it. So this will be the last stream on this, regardless. And unofficially, I'm off till Boxing Day. My time, I think. Hmm. Alright, we still have, what, 15 minutes-ish to kill here? I've pretty much finished this side. And this, well, we'll have the entire stream to sort this one out. Get through to spring and then summer, and then we'll stay in summer until we finish the settlement. This doesn't need much, maybe a bit of bric-a-brac or something. I'm sure we'll find something. Oh, hi Terry. I did. Yeah. I did indeed. Now, I might as well do a little bit of work on this. Oh yeah, and then when we get to summer, obviously we'll have to do the cleanup. This is as far as I'm prepared to go on this side, really. Just something to fill it up, really, is all we needed. You can see something like that. Oh, well, maybe, yeah. Once I get to summer, I just need to throw maybe a tiny bit of bric-a-brac here. A couple of haystacks and maybe a cart. That would do. And then flower these out. Wanna wait till summer, to figure out what I want on this. Okay, what's this? Oh, there's something going down anyway. Oh, it's probably the inn. Yeah. Yeah, all of this. Well, it's just a matter of figuring out. Oh, sugar! I don't know what that is. Ah, it's not been long. Not just a few days since it was on last, Terry. Okay, what is this? That's annoying, whatever it is. Whatever. Okay. To kill the time in this season with the little bit of time we have left, I can just place these pots. Now, should be the last of it. Might as well do it properly, you know? Probably use henbane on this and chicory. So we got the colours we want. God. Oh, planks. Buckets, is it? Yeah, let's go back and fix that little problem. I think it's something got to do with buckets. Oh, hi, Gazoo. No problem. Closest I've gotten to it so far is the snow in this game. So, what you been up to? Yeah, apparently we're stuck for planks, is it? Okay, let's see. Shouldn't be. Let's have a look. No. I haven't got a clue. What else are they making for buckets? I think we've got tons of those. Oh, we're going for buckets. No, we've got tons of buckets. I don't know what the problem is. We've got tons of logs. Silly game. Oh, the Fallout 76 thing, yeah. Jingle Bell Rock. 500% more rock, really. No problem, no problem. Yeah, I can't track down what's running out for some reason. Really, really, really annoying. I'll have to check it later. Stupid. Extremely annoying. It's not planks anyway. Something got to do with the production team. Who cares? It's a pity you can't turn that little system off. Yeah, there it is there. Gotta wait till it really breaks down, I suppose. Imagine it would be something got to do with the honey, obviously, but I paused that menu. Unless it switched this off back on again. Yeah, something can construct and need 2 planks. That would be buckets. But I've got a ton of planks. All the planks will be coming in from here, but that's the stuff I have, so that wouldn't really make much of a difference. I wonder what is giving us trouble. I'll check it later. And this is just to kill time till we get out of this season. This is the last day. And this is the last stream for Medieval Dynasty. I should be able to finish up on this one. Ah, I see, that's as close as we're getting. Well, what do I suppose? I won't be able to get these till summer anyway. But at least we'll have them out of the way. Quite a few flower pots. For goodness sake, how many more do we need? Oh, there's a lot, isn't there? Oh, hi, hi, Trav. Probably, yeah. This is Medieval Dynasty, kind of a village simulation kind of building game. But it was popular a few years back, let's say on PC, and I think a few years ago went to go to Xbox. Yeah, this is Medieval Dynasty, Trav. And Merry Christmas to you too, sorry. Yeah, I'll show you what I've been up to here. This is about as big as I've ever made anything on any game. And I'll be able to get into photo mode from here. There's roughly about 150 villagers on this. Yeah, it's a biggie. And the Unreal 4 engine is it's impressive, to be honest. How much? No, yeah, I've heard it name been mentioned a while. Aska, that's no, that's an acronym, isn't it? For what exactly is the game? Yeah, Aska is it's an acronym, isn't it? Not a hope, Terry. You spoiled that word for me. And you've been naughty this Christmas as well, so Santa is not going to bring you any presents, I'm afraid. Yeah, what's it an acronym for? But I've heard somebody talking about that before. And that's the one they've been talking about. Yeah, somebody else is saying that as well, Trav. Yeah, kind of Viking survival building kind of game. Yeah. But as far as I know, that's only available on PC, isn't it? I'm so stuck in the Stone Age on console. Until next year, apparently, when they're, you know, making some boxes where I can get access to PC games. Yeah, Enshrouded is apparently, you know, pretty decent as well. But the second I move over to new console, it's games like that I'll definitely, you know, the ones I couldn't access before in this rubbish generation of consoles they have. You're probably better off. The only problem now with PC is, you know, the prices are going to be if you need some parts. It's going to get to a ridiculous stage, Trav. Unfortunately, we're seeing the effects already. Microsoft had a, what was it? 45% increase in subscriptions to cloud gaming. That's not good news, because we all know what's going to happen, you know, there, in that, you know. That's going to be a major problem. But this will suit all of the companies, you know, perfectly. You know, they'll price everyone out of the market, let's say, on PCs and whatever the case may be. You'll still have to buy the rubbish consoles or hybrids or whatever they want to call them now. You'll pay for your game, you'll pay for all the rubbish in that game, you'll pay for a subscription, and they will find a way to rent that console to you as well. Even then, they might not be happy. Yeah. It's going to be really bad next year, Trav. RAM prices are set to increase by at least 100% more in January because a couple of the players are leaving the market. Samsung control about 46% of the market. They said that even the contracts they have, they will be upping those. Yeah, basically, by 100%. They want more. Yeah, all greed, sheer greed, and that's what it is. And the problem is, there's only 3 reasonable players, you know, doing RAM. But Steam, I think, is the only thing so far. It's not much holding these guys back. You know, Steam would be that private company. But Steam is in a vulnerable position. Unless Steam is willing to make its own RAM, you know, go down that road, you know, there's always going to be something, you know. But they're not going to be happy. Like, what was it? Yeah, the cloud gaming system. Um, on cloud gaming, it's like cell phone credit, Trav. As far as I know, they allow you 100 hours a month, and then they shoot up the price drastically. So it's like buying data for your cell phone. So yeah, you know what I mean. I did say that I've been preaching this for the past 7, 8 years that gaming companies will not stop until they charge you for the hour for playing, and that's literally what they're doing in cloud gaming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But that's only going to last for so long. Samsung, I don't know how true the rumor is, but Samsung obviously have a lot of other things going on, like their cell phones and that. And one of the subsidiaries, the Samsung cell phone department, requested some RAM, obviously to make Samsung phones, and they were refused from headquarters. They said they wanted to sell it for AI to maximize profit. So they refused their own company, RAM. So, what chance does the consumer have when they wouldn't even, use it to make their own cell phones? So, and they control 46%. That's troubling. So, well, they're pretty much done. Um, Maybe they're tied up in a few contracts that they'll have to keep producing for a little while. But the second they can squeeze their way out of that one, they're gone. They've already upped the price on those guys by 100%. Then you've got Micron. They're the second biggest. It's a US based company. They flat out said they're not selling anymore to the consumers. They're just everything now is going into AI. So they're pretty much done. And then there's I forget HK Hynix, isn't it? Yeah, HK Hynix controls about 20 something percent as well. Haven't heard a peep from those guys, but they'll probably follow suit. So yeah, it's going to be major problems. Mm. Yes, when they're charging you by the hour, you'll be doing ads, you'll be doing microtransactions, they'll be charging you for your console. I've been saying it for a long time. There's no amount of money you can give these guys, Trav, that's ever going to be enough. Because you've got to look at the corporate system and how it works in capitalism. Basically, they have a little target. Every quarter, every 3 months, they want to make more profit than the quarter before. Stocks go up, investors are happy, they get bonuses. So they'll do whatever it takes every 3 months to get a little bit more money. So obviously, it's going to get to the stage where it's going to be ridiculous. They will squeeze it dry, they'll collapse the whole industry. They'll literally collapse the whole industry, and then like a parasite, like a louse on a, that's infested a clean head, or and it will move to the next one. It'll move to the next big thing, and it will take that over and use up that carcass and move on. And then if gaming ever recovers, obviously they come back and do the whole thing again. But yeah, the only chance we have is this scam called AI. If the bubble bursts on that, the market will be flooded back again with RAM, and you'll see these companies like Micron, Hynix, and Samsung come crawling back to consumers. There should be a price to pay for that kind of betrayal, to be honest. But what can you do? They've got a monopoly. Yeah, it's like we all know that Microsoft, let's say, buying up a ton of companies was not really that good. When you see a huge corporation buying up smaller companies, it's always going to be a problem from a consumer point of view, anyway. But when they were, trying to get permission for this with the FTC, obviously they promised them a lot of junk. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, this is the stuff we're dealing with now. AI will never get. You see, the whole thing will bottleneck, Trav. Like, even if they do make a super intelligent AI, we haven't got the hardware to back it. It will only do so much. What are they doing with it now? Because the AI I see is absolute rubbish. It can't do coding in games. It can't do anything. Um, you see a few funny videos on YouTube. It's pretty good for that stuff. And maybe a help desk. Um, before AI is going to be a massive threat, you will need it to drive cars. Deliver stuff, do all that kind of stuff, which the hardware is not there. Even if they manage to do the software, unless they get something better than a microchip. So I can see that getting bottlenecked. But yeah, it will do a lot of damage. It will take some jobs. Um, but I still think it's a scam, to be honest. Because, right, they plowed 500 billion into a trap. And then they said, oh, blah, 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 we're looking for investors, another 500 billion into that. And then, voila, the Chinese came up with a better version in a few months for a few $1 million. When they've been banging at that for years now. So you have to ask yourself, were they that stupid and incompetent that they didn't see this coming, that they could do it, let's say, much cheaper and much simpler, like the Chinese did? No, they're not that stupid. You don't run $1 trillion companies by being stupid. No, they knew. But the system they had, it suited all the companies. You had Nvidia, producing chips left, right, and center. All of that was getting, sold on. Investors were coming in. They made it look really, complicated, all of that stuff. They were sucking those guys in, and everyone was cleaning up, And, yeah, they're still doing it. Yeah, they're still doing it. So I still see it as a scam, to be honest. There is uses for AI, don't get me wrong. I've seen one company there. Let's say, I'll tell you the state of AI the way it is now. I checked it out. There's a company called Nexus Clips. And what it promises to do is, if you sign up for a monthly subscription of 5 or 10 or $15 on tiers, what it will do, if you're a streamer, it will kind of go through your VODs and stuff and pick out nice stuff for clips and stuff and then post them for you. I've read the reviews on it. I went into Trustpilot. It's a literal scam. It's not working. It's glitchy. It's buggy, and you literally wind up doing your own clips yourself. And that's what the cutting edge AI stuff is now. To get the taxpayer to pay for data centers. Correct. Yeah. And so RAM drive pieces. Yeah. But it's not just in that corporate setting, Gazoo, that it's a scam and getting the taxpayers. Walmart, McDonald's, Amazon pretty much do the same. They underpay their employees. I mean, grossly underpay them. And what they've been doing, allegedly, is, when they have them on such small wages, obviously, there's a social net in the US where the government can give you money as well while you're working because you're not getting enough. When they hire these people, they coach them on how to get money from the government. So basically what you're doing is, not only are they not paying their fair share in taxes, but you're paying for their workers. And you're paying for their products. And then the government is subsidizing everything else they're doing as well. And you'd say to yourself, okay, why is this happening? This is silly. Why would the government do that? Because these guys generate a lot of money. And when it's time to go up for election, these guys are quite generous with their donations. You know what I mean? So that's why. So this stuff will stop if lobbying is outlawed, if lobbying is banned, and there's a cap set on the contributions that any one person or corporation could make. Maybe, let's say, $1,000 cap. That's it. Any more than that, and you're going to jail. So what would happen then is, politicians would need the vast majority of the public to donate, which a lot of them still do, So then they're not answerable to a corporation. They're answering to the majority, the guys that are going to make or break them. That's the only way to stop it. The system is not like that here. But, you know, it still needs work. But it's easy to miss this if you're thinking of this logically. Like, why would a company literally crash a whole entire ecosystem? You know, it makes no sense long term, and it doesn't. You know, you could easily destroy a company, but they don't care. It's all about how much money I can make as quickly as possible. You know, you've got overbloated corporations, and basically it's like a kitchen with too many chefs. And all of the chefs are fat and greedy. Mm. It doesn't, no. Capitalism has got to that stage where it's just, you know, a frenzy, a feeding frenzy, you know, and then, oh, well, you know, okay, so we're going to have some hard times after that. Well, I made 100 billion, so, you know, bring it on. And who cares about the consumer? We'll just start up another company, we'll put it under a different name, and we'll start the whole thing all over again. No, times have definitely changed. But there is some things we can do. Um, we cannot support these companies, and that will be a hard thing to do, you know, but just not buy their products. Simple as that. We can complain left, right, and centre. It makes no difference whatsoever. The same way, let's say, where we see gaming going sideways, where it's no longer about making games now and getting that kind of escapist, that kind of, you know, time off from reality. No. Now gaming is re-education and propaganda. Yep. And telling us how toxic and chud-like we are, basically. And how we should be very, very ashamed of ourselves. The big problem is they don't need consumers anymore to buy. It's a circular argument though, isn't it? The private investors are trillion-dollar companies. Yeah, I see where you're going with this. Um, my opinion is, in reality, yes. They will exchange IOUs between companies and billion-dollar companies doing massive trades and stuff. And this is what starts the bubble, Gazoo. But where do these companies ultimately get their money? Let's say, take for instance, Micron. They sold direct to the consumers. Okay? So now they don't want to do that anymore. They sell straight to AI. Okay? And where is AI getting their money? If the money runs up for the people doing AI, there's always the consumer is in the chain there somewhere. It doesn't matter what way these guys will kind of wheel and deal, but the money will ultimately be generated by the consumer. So, you know, all you've got to do is hit one person in that chain. Well, there's already been a fight back against AI in games, but to be honest, it's futile. Now, personally, I don't mind the AI a bit in games if they're doing certain systems in games, you know. But to use it for graphics and everything else, I think it's really ridiculous, you know. But AI in games, you're not going to stop. But how much will we tolerate? I wouldn't mind the AI, let's say, for better, let's say, NPC, you know, movement, intelligence. You know, maybe even put something in like where they could actually learn. That would be really cool. But using AI to generate an entire game, you know, the graphics and the design and stuff, I think it's nah. I wouldn't stand for that. It's rubbish. Now, for developers to use it as a tool to give them inspiration, ideas, I'd have no problem with that. You know, I'd have no problem with that whatsoever. But take Expedition 33. These were some devs, let's say, that got out of Ubisoft real quick after that fiasco called Shadows. You know. Yeah, yeah. Well, people never get concerned until it affects them directly, Trav. That's the problem. Like, when this stuff is going on, a lot of people are saying, well, we don't care. Let's say, that the devs are getting sacked. These are the same devs that are, basically, pushing propaganda and ruining games, which some of them are. The problem is it won't stop with the devs. It will keep on going. It's like that. It's like that quote from that guy I think he was from the Austrian government. I forget. Maybe he was a writer. This was at the outbreak of the Second World War. He said, first they came for the communists. I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists. And I'm paraphrasing this. I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. And now they come for me. And there's no one left to speak out. So when someone is doing something wrong, it will eventually get to you. So, even if it's hurting something that you don't care about, or maybe even hate, you should speak out. And the only way a consumer can speak out, obviously, is deny them cash. You know. Mm. Mm. Yes, it's called subsidies. Yes. You were right there. If a data center, which uses a huge amount of power, Gazoo, if it starts up in your neighborhood, your bills are going to shoot right up because this is a system they use in the US, I think. And basically, the more power is used from a county or a state, the higher it is, to buy this power because they've got to generate it. So, if you've got a small factory using up the same energy as 50,000 homes, well then yeah, the bill for everyone else would shoot up. Now, Micron don't benefit from this. They're still paying a high rate in electricity. The state itself, well not even the state, the electrical companies benefit from this. They get much more money for their power. And this is them doing the scam. Energy companies have always been the used car salesmen of that kind of system. Mm. Yes, it will. Mm. That I know. I remember looking into it, and basically, yeah, wherever these centres come up, people's household bills, their electricity costs, even if they don't use anymore, they get affected. Yeah, it's done on a kind of average. So yes, you are paying Micron's bill. You're paying because of Micron. You're not actually paying their bills. But what you're doing is you're getting scammed by your electrical company, and they're using the data centers as an excuse. You remember, guys, it was always something. Oh, there's an oil crisis on. There's a war on. There's a pandemic on. There's a trade war on. There's this on. There's that on. Problem with prices and systems when they go into place, even if this is the cause, even when they settle out, it literally still stays the same. Nobody's prepared to, bring the prices down. Unless there is a shift in the market, let's where something gets flooded, supply and demand, you know. But I've seen this in lots of other countries and lots of other industries and markets over the last decades and decades, and it's an easy thing to predict. Absolutely, everyone is on the gravy train, Trav. Yeah, everyone is on the gravy train. But we can do zero about it. All we can do is sit back and enjoy the ride and watch the inevitable dumpster fire that's about to happen. And that's about it, really. You know. But yeah, if your business has anything got to do with tech or anything like that, yeah, it will affect everyone. But we are just serfs. in the... How do I fix this? In the big scheme of things. Oh, for goodness gracious sake, let me see. Oh, here, there it is. Now, yeah, these companies will make trillions and billions and all of that kind of stuff. That's just the way it is. It will never be the same. Yeah, you're right there. But when it comes to the gaming part of it, well, that's the thing that I suppose is going to affect us mostly. But it affects much more, you know. But a lot of people are kind of hailing this as a great thing. You know, the advance in AI. And this is your ordinary consumer. I don't think they understand the implications of such a thing. You know, I kind of detest fanboying corporations because you're absolutely, in my opinion, you are working against your own best interests to do propaganda for these guys. You know, if they were to make a massive breakthrough in AI, we will not benefit from it. Under no circumstances. Costs for us will go up, you know. We won't get the benefit of it. They will. Micron is making profits. Yeah. Yeah, and that's probably small fry for those guys. So let's say tomorrow, Trav and Gazoo, if they came up with a clean energy source that, let's say, cost them almost zero to make, that they could easily sell out for, let's say 1 cent a kilowatt. Let's say that's what it cost them to make, 1 cent a kilowatt. We'll still pay the same, and the prices will still go up. The only difference it makes is they make more money. That's it. That's what drives these guys. It does. It empties the job pool a lot. You see, when you get a shift, let's say there was a lot of people working in data centers and whatever the case may be. Maybe not as much as we think, because we do know, Trav, that let's say for these kind of help desks and stuff, all the companies were actually outsourcing these jobs from their original countries, from Europe and the US, and they were going to India and countries like that where they could do it much cheaper. So, you know, not so much, yeah. You know, that was their first course of greed, was to desert ship, moving companies, let's say, out of Europe and the US and moving them to Asia and India, you know, to avoid taxes, to avoid paying people. But, you know, they pretty much have it in the bag, you know, anyway in the US and in parts of Europe as well. You know, because now they're on a great thing. You know, they can make people work for minimum wage and get the taxpayer to subsidize their wages. That's pretty cool if you're a corporation. But the more money that these monster corporations get, the more money they'll want. And I'm not saying that, let's say, as a kind of, you know, they're just so greedy and evil. It's just the way the system works. And this is how capitalism is set up. You know, you keep getting more, you keep getting more, you keep making more. That's just the way it is, you know. Apparently it used to be a lot different, especially in the US. You know, if you go back to maybe, to look at the stats, maybe during the 30s and the 40s and 50s and 60s, 2/3 of federal taxes came from corporations and 1/3 from the working public. Now it's the other way around. even though these corporations are making hundreds of times more money, and that's even allowing for inflation. But not only that, but back in those decades, corporations would be bragging about how much of their profits they shared with their workers. One company was stating that 37.5% of its profits went directly to its workers, and then another company said, "Oh, that's not good. We've given 40% of our profits." And now it's different. Now they're bragging about how many people, how less they can get someone, to work for, you know. But when you hear stories of people working for Disney, this is Disney, in their theme parks, sleeping in their cars in the car park, and when they get their wages, crying because, ladies crying because they've got a decision to make whether to spend it on food or to spend it on childcare or to spend it on rent. this is ridiculous, guys. At least if you were a serf, we're much in situations like that. You're much worse off than being a literal slave, because as a slave, you would have a roof over your head and enough to eat. In a system like that, you're not guaranteed these things, you know. And all you'd have to do is work from sundown to sun up, you know. It's just slavery by another name. Yes, the problem that regulation has been stripped away, from what I can tell, in the US since the time of the Reagan era. So that would have been, let's say, probably, from the 80s on. The monopolization laws were one of the first to fall. And I think it was in the 60s, wasn't it? And that the Supreme Court made a judgment on corporations. And they said, yeah, it's cool. Corporations can donate as much as they possibly want to anybody's campaign, try, or whatever you want to call it. So basically, they said, well, yeah, bribery is okay. I don't know how they managed to swing that one. But from what I've been reading anyway, Trav. But time will tell. Anyway, you can only push the public so far in any country. When enough people get affected, that's when the fun really starts, you know. Now, unfortunately, we've seen this fun start before. If you like history and you read a lot on the history, you see this cycle happen, every so often. Well, basically, people get so ticked off with the system that, they elect people with pretty extreme views into office and government. Now, there's a possibility, obviously, things can maybe get better from that. But history tells us that it almost always gets a lot worse, you know. Very well, yeah. I've been watching the system unfold for a long time, and it's not that hard to work out. And all you've got to remember is one word when it comes to corporations and when it comes to the influence that I have on governments all around the world. One word sums it up, and it explains everything. And it's called greed, plain and simple. Work from that premise, and you can see the whole picture. And you would say to yourself, well, why would you call it, why would you think it's greed? Well, you see corporations on record profits from the year before, yet they still feel it necessary to sack large portions of their staff. They do massive price hikes for no justification. There's no transparency on their earnings, and it seems like every decade that goes by, They're paying less and less tax. And that's it, really. That's the situation, really, in a nutshell. Like any other explanation is just another way to tell the story, really. Maybe the ins and the outs of it on certain things. But if you're judging the whole thing up, you know, in one go, it's basically greed. And powerful corporations with way too much influence. And that's pretty much it. The millionaire class and how they were taking from everyone. And now they're talking about the billionaire class. Yeah, pretty much. Because millions now, that's just... it's just pennies now, isn't it? Yeah. Millions are no good. Yeah, millions are... Yeah. During the boom here, Trav, it was absolutely ridiculous. This property bubble we had. In Dublin City, there was, 3-bedroom, tiny little houses, getting sold for $1 million, $1.5 million, 2 million, for a friggin' house, you know what I mean? I was looking at a piece of land at this time, and it was outside Limerick City, and it was marsh ground. It was literally marsh ground, and it was half an acre. Now that's not big, and you couldn't really build on it. I don't know what anyone would want this for. And it was going to public auction, and it had a reserve price of €1 million. €1 million for a half acre of marsh ground that 5 years before could have been possibly bought for around €2,000. From €2,000 to €1 million. There you go. Something is only worth as much as you are willing to pay for it. And if you can scam enough people, you can shoot up the price of anything. Oh, pretty good, Scantron. I hope you've been well also. But yeah, I don't blame private individuals that have tons of money. They work for the money. You know what I mean? But people now are too interested in ideology, politics and stuff, where, back maybe 30, 40 years ago, it was a class war, where, let's say, the working class and the lower class, if that's what you want to call it, they would be fighting for more rights, not to be overlooked and not to be exploited. And that's basically what it was. Now that's changed. Now people are actually cheerleading corporations. And now it's a culture war. Now it's just a culture war. And yeah, corporations and politics are fine with this going on. You've got tons of these little battles all over the place, keeping other people occupied, and they can just, get on with business as usual. You'll see some of these corporations that say, apparently pick a side. We've seen it with Gillette, we've seen it with a ton of companies, which there's always a massive backlash, but yeah, they try it anyway. Let me see which one of these is open, guys. This is ridiculous. Somebody has been messing with this fridge. Yeah, let me just pop this away. I hate it when they overstock a fridge because... One moment. I've got a ton of junk in here. Okay, we'll push that over there and it should be okay. So, it's a divide and conquer kind of thing. I've seen this happen time and time over again. Absolutely. Yes. They didn't become billionaires, for being nice guys. Now, granted, some of them are probably, really nice guys. And I suppose there's a system in place where, if you get a tax break or whatever the case may be, you're going to take it, we'd probably do the same. You know what I mean? But look, as far as I'm concerned, in any country, and I don't care where you are, if they're not prepared to give you wages that will cover your rent and your food and maybe have some kind of life, you know what I mean? Um, well, they shouldn't be offering jobs in the first place. I think it was Roosevelt that said that any corporation setting up business in the US, if they're not prepared to pay a living wage, they have no business setting up in the US, or any country, in particular. But if you go back just a few decades ago, you had one guy working a full-time job, doing his 40 hours a week, and that was enough to pay his mortgage, for his food, cover the bills, and maybe have a little holiday as well. You'd never live, a glamorous life or anything like that, but you would survive. Now you've got maybe both people working, and they're still not meeting the bills. And then you've got kids chipping in as well. You know, it's too much. It really is. Now, if you've got, let's say, parents working, obviously this affects, both parents working. This would affect the family unit as well. Let's say not, or if you even got one person working too much, relationships tend to strain. So there's a lot of little side stuff going on as well. All from this. But I wish them luck. But I can't see it last. As I said, there's zero we can do. Except little, maybe small protesting. If a company is doing something rotten, is try not to buy their products. That's all. But if everyone did it, that would be a different story then. We do have the power to change stuff. But the problem is getting everyone on the same page. Because we're too busy fighting about our skin color, our culture, our politics, or our sexuality. And yeah, we can't organize enough to fight back, and it's just pretty cool, for government and corporations. And I wouldn't say, people claim that these things are kind of stirred up purposely. I don't think I'm in that camp. It's just a kind of convenient situation that we're in. Well, I do think the government don't do anything to help, really. Nor should they. They shouldn't get involved in stuff like that. Now, what time is it? Yeah, we're trying to get out of this season. Yeah, okay. Another little one. Well, riddle me this, guys. Apple were caught red-handed, sending updates to millions of phones, purposely slowing them down. They were fined 600 million or 900 million or a billion or something by the FTC. That's not to mention the fines they had across Europe, because they were sending updates to basically damage your phones. So, Apple purposely damaged. There was no way if they could get their way out of that, that they were going to pay that fine. And there was no way any country was going to accuse them of it unless they had, ironclad, irrefutable proof, which probably they did. So they paid their fine, blah, 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 whatever the case may be. So you had a corporation, carrying on like that. Whereas if you were walking down the street, you snatched a phone from a stranger and damaged it, you're pretty much going to jail for doing that to one phone. And this is just a kind of example. Yeah, the corporation can do it, and the only punishment is a fine, which is a small percentage of the profit they made from doing it. Much like if you were robbing a bank for $1 million, and the worst case scenario is if you were caught, um, you'd have to pay a $10,000 fine. So an operating cost. So I think they call it a white collar crime. Now, there needs to be a system in place where somebody is held accountable. Going up along the chain, someone goes to jail. So if someone's head is on the block for doing criminal things, which is the law that we have to live by, things would change then. But government don't want to do that. But it's not just Apple, it's the whole kind of corporate structure. Wall Street would be a massive example of this. Or any company in any country. I'm not hating on the US and the system in play. We do need capitalism, guys. But what we see now is capitalism gone amok. Overall logic and reason. Yeah. But they're still doing it now. Sony have always been at that, and a lot of companies. Amazon are probably the most evasive of all times with their Fire Sticks. You buy a piece of tech from them, so it's supposed to be your property. Fair enough to get access to it when they want to update their apps, but they don't stop at that, Gazoo. They will update your apps, and they'll have a look around and see what other apps you have, how long you've been using them, what you've been watching, what you've been Googling, everything. And if they see apps in there that they don't like, even though it's your property, they will delete them. Because, if you've got these apps for free, you're not going to buy their junk. So I can see a massive downsurge across Europe on buying hardware from Amazon. Yeah, that's an old one. Yeah, that's an old one. Yeah, it did. Yeah. Yeah, that's an old one. That's. But you can imagine with the tech they have now. But now they don't have to do that. And this was before everything really took off. Now people give that information out for free. When you log on a website and it tells you to accept cookies, you're basically doing that. You get some websites that won't even leave you out, knowing that you'll be too lazy to kind of shut the window and just to get out of it so you don't have to do a few more actions. You'll get some websites that will force you to take these cookies. And they will track you. Yeah, they will literally track you. I've seen a guy on YouTube do a strange experiment where he cleared all of his cookies and everything, and he went in and he just browsed a few websites and went around and he checked it. He checked it after about 25 minutes, and without giving consent to any cookie guys, Gazoo. He picked up about 24 cookies, tracking him. Yeah, this is 1984 George Orwell on steroids. Now, so far they've just been using it for selling and advertising purposes, but you're talking about a massive amount of stuff. They've obviously been using it to train AI as well, and there has been some instances where they're using it on data that's protected, like kids' data, for instance, from Xbox, which Microsoft have been fined for allegedly knowing that they were selling off kids' information, minors' information, and they paid a fine as well. This is Microsoft. But again, I'm not hating on Microsoft. This is what you can expect from a corporation. You've seen Twitch. Remember Gazoo? A good while back I was saying, I wouldn't be surprised if Twitch started off a soft porn channel, you know, on a kids platform, which, let's face it guys, Twitch is. And what was it like 4 months later? They changed their rules, their terms and conditions to allow nudity. You remember that one, Gazoo? Where everyone went topless on Twitch. And then there was such a massive backlash, I think within a day or two later, they had to change it back again. So I thought that was you know, a pretty decent call. But again, you wouldn't have to be super intelligent to make that call. A corporation does not care about its customer, or it does not care about kids. It cares about profits. Plain and simple. You know, take this into account, and you can kind of judge what they'll be doing over the next few years. And it's pretty dark. It will get to the stage where playing a game will be for rich kids and stuff. It will turn from a hobby into a privilege. You know? Buy a Powerball ticket, win 5 billion. Oh, this kind of thing where, yeah, all the foreigners always get the jackpot thing. I think if you're looking at the stats and that, I think non-natives probably in these countries would probably be more into the gambling situation, and then therefore would probably have, a better chance. I do know in Asian culture, let's say gambling is pretty accepted and pretty rampant. Right, well, I think we're nearly done on this season, are we? Yeah, I think we are. Now, let's just collect our junk and we'll get straight to spring. Once we head to summer, we can finish the settlement. Yeah, 1904. Right. We'll just check on our guys as well. Well, it's always kind of been that way, isn't it? Well, what I have seen happen, especially over the last three to 4 decades, I would suppose. Um, let's say there's a certain earning bracket that you might be in, or you would be like, let's say, lower paid or middle class, that kind of stuff. And then obviously you're ultra rich. Um, but what you see is more and more ultra rich, more and more low income kind of families, and less of the in between guys. So you've got the top and the bottom squeezing the middle, kind of situation. Yeah, I think so. But it's just something to talk about, an observation, really. As I said, there's zero all we can do about it. But it's still some regulations coming in. I think they might be starting next year here, gazoo across Europe, and that's got to do with in-game money. Yeah, they're stopping that rubbish. I think, well, they stick to their word anyway. You won't be allowed that anymore. You'll just have to put the price up on something. It gets a little bit tedious, all right. But if you're building all the time, it's never really tedious. It's hard to explain, Ali or JB, whatever you wish to be preferred to be called. But if you're into building, no. But remember what kind of game it is. You're talking about a kind of simulation, kind of village simulation, kind of survival, on to maybe what Valheim is, you know. But with this, there's a lot more interaction, so not as boring as a whole, let's say, as Valheim. But if you're only into games where you like action and doing quests and stuff, definitely not a game for you. But if you like a kind of slow-paced game where you can, kind of take your time, relax, take in the scenery, build your little village and do the little side stuff, yeah, depends on what you like from a game. I just get this junk out of the way, guys. Alright, just trim it down a bit. There. But this is what I've been doing here. Oh, it's not, the E is not an A, sorry. Let me get my reading glasses. I didn't read your tag correctly. Apologies. It's Eli. Sorry, I thought that was an A. It's Eli JB7, so JB, yeah. JB would work, I suppose. Yeah, I've got a kind of small laptop here to my right that I use for reading chat, and it's quite a distance away, so I've got to squint sometimes to see it. And then depending on the font, the colour of the font, it's kind of hard for me to see. Yours is appearing in dark green to me. I have kind of, particular problems with that one. This is the stuff we'll do on a run. And it's just some of the stuff from the merchant I'm picking up for a little bit of decorating inside. But I've done an insane amount of decorating on this, but still, will keep me busy for a while. But this is my last stream on this, guys. I should be done and dusted on this. No problem, Trav. By the way, I didn't realise I logged in with my... Oh, on a different game. Okay. I think we're not too bad. Now we've got to get this junk out. It's winter time, so there won't be much to collect here in the line of plants. Okay. That's kind of okay. Okay, let's get this one out. It shouldn't take too long. Do I even need to take that? We'll leave that there for a while. Yeah, I've got so much junk here anyway. I think I'll leave the other one as well. Well, we'll just take this junk. Just keep it at a kind of cool 1,000. You see that there? We'll get that later. It's not a biggie. But I have an insane amount of people doing work here, so kind of too much money, Yeah, 700 of those and then we'll go. But if you like to build, JB, yeah, this is the one, alright. And as I said before, I'm impressed with the Unreal 4, to be honest. And this is what we've done here. But it looks a lot different in summer, obviously. But it's a biggie. Yeah, it is quite big. This thing is as big as a city. Yeah, we can see the lighting, guys, a little bit. Not bad. So, we get into spring, we'll do a round, we'll do a little bit of building, and then when we get to summer, we literally stay there and finish the game. And, once we've got everything fixed, there's just a little bit to do. We need to do a little bit of cleanup on the ground. It happens every season. And then, that's it. I'll be staying on this season indefinitely. And then whenever I get time to upload it, I can do from there. That will be the end of Medieval Dynasty. It's a pity. But it's the kind of game, you know, once you've done everything on the 2 maps, you know, what's the point? Yeah, there it is there, guys. So it's pretty huge. Oh, it was a pain in the backside getting the seeds for those forestry trees. And if you think about how many trees is there, and they all have an animation, let's say a kind of wind animation, where they would slightly move. It's impressive, you know, what this game can take. There's no way you would get away with this on the creation engine. Nah. It can take a ton of abuse, but not this kind of abuse. Now, Fallout 4 would have a little bit more going for it, obviously. It would have more complicated systems in place, but I don't know, maybe if they stripped it down, it might take this kind of abuse. Yeah, let's make sure here we got this thing. Yeah. The DLC on this, where you get some different plants, sometimes you can accidentally skip login. So if you don't log in, the plants don't show up. And if you're unlucky enough to save on this game, your plants will disappear. And I've got a large stockpile of them, you know. So I want to keep those. I don't want to go looking for them again. So I just check to see if they're in my menu. And then I'll give this guy a double save. That's it, we're good to go. That's an old one I have on the Oxbow map on what I finished. Okay, into spring. So, we've got some stuff to sell. We'll go around to the villages, we'll sell all that. We'll look for the special vendor, see if he got any stuff I want. We'll pay our taxes back here. We'll let them finish off the crops. I'll start doing a little bit of building, of course. We'll need to be 3 days in this season, which is roughly about 24 minutes on each day. Then we get through to summer, the same thing. We hit up the merchants, we look for the special vendor. Then that's it. That's season I intend to stay on. We finish the last of the building. We do a whole settlement cleanup. Every season it gets, you know, speckled with rocks and rubbish and stuff, so we clean that up. And that's it then. We're done. And then I'll eventually, well, I'll upload the VOD straight away. But I have to eventually do a little settlement tour. No, he didn't. No, it's just you're a very naughty girl, Terry. So, I just assumed that you've been naughty. And Santa will be skipping you this year, I'm afraid. Yeah, so no fluffy beard for you this year. You are getting a lump of coal, I'd say. Okay, we just lost a cow. That will do.
Don't wish it were easier.
Now,
Wish you
sometimes
were
you get
better.
little quests from these guys, but we'll see. No, nothing from these two. And there's no other quest available except that rubbish. So we just pay taxes. Okay, we can carry on as usual. So, you see what I mean? But it's pointless cleaning it up now. We'll have to wait till we get to the season that I want to finish this game on, summer. And the reason I want to, before it didn't really make a difference. It could have been spring or summer, because, you know, all of the flowers would be in bloom. But with the new plants, they only bloom in summer. So, if we stop this at summer, every plant that can bloom will be blooming, and you'll kind of see the colours. And then we can do it from there. Summer is always the best. Yeah. Right, let's do this. So the usual, we just go around and sell this junk we have. And at this stage of the game with this character, this armor, Wolves are not really a problem. Yeah, he can do a little bit of damage, but he's wasting his time, really. We'll just wait for them. With these guys, it's more about timing than anything else. Will you come on? Chicken. Here we go. It's just timing it. Yeah, I did get a little bit of damage. You can see it there. But as I said, with this armor, the perks I have, you know, they're not really a threat. The bison are always a threat, so you know, unless I need their skulls specifically, I won't bother with those guys. But not really with a crossbow. You know, worst case scenario, you need 2 shots. So you put a bit of distance in between, it'll take them out pretty quick. Especially if you're aiming for the head. What is with this thing? Oh yeah, I forgot to do this. Now. I don't know what's messing up on this. There is something. It's... I don't know. It's probably the lumberjacks. Yeah, definitely. Okay, let's see. Okay, there's a new guy coming in. Let's see, farming. Well, there's enough there. We'll send you to the mines. Yeah, we'll send you to the mines. Off you go. That's it. I don't know what I'm running short of. It's not staying up long enough for me to track it down. So I'm guessing it's probably the lumberjacks. You see it there? But it's annoying me. Unbelievably annoying me. Yeah, it's not staying up long enough for me to see what it is. Ah! Okay. Okay, it's not in an extraction. It's not in hunting. It's apparently not in farming. I don't see it in animal husbandry. I don't see it in production. Okay, we'll just wait till that clears off and then we'll check. It's ridiculous. We lost some animals, didn't we? What exactly did we lose? Oh yeah, we just lost 1 cow, wasn't it? Yeah, just 1 cow. We'll pick that up in Gostovia. Not a biggie. Yeah, but it can get tedious sometimes. But this is like a little break anyway between the building. I still need some of the more rare supplies, I suppose.
See you around.
So what did I say? Yeah, 1 cow. That is really, really annoying. It can only be 1 or 2. I think it might be the production area. Nice. You're getting some nice lights. Yeah, cool.
Have a good day.
Let's see if you've got any maple seeds. Yeah. just get rid of this junk over here. There.
Good night, farewell.
That's one area dealt with. Yeah, that came in last season. I don't know what it is. Let me have a look. I'm guessing it might be the inns, is it? No. They seem okay. What's causing this? For goodness sake. It's definitely not Smitty's. Like, very much immune to this. Oh, whatever. I'll track it down eventually. Yeah, there it is. You see it? And it just stays for a little second and then it's gone again. My good God, it's driving me crazy.
Every village. Oh, it's you again.
Shouldn't be, because I've got like thousands of everything. Oh, do you know who it could be? Could be the sewing hut, is it? No, I think I've got tons on that. And I've only got that down to 50%. I have no way of checking my... Yeah, apparently there's like... What? No, it's not that. I don't know what it is, guys. Oh, we'll let him fix it anyway, we'll see. Yeah.
Do you need anything?
There. I don't even really want to do this. Well, we need to get rid of some of that rubbish. Yeah. We only need to do this twice anyway. What's left in the entire game, how bad can it be?
How is in my nature?
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Yeah, that's done. We'll get through this one quickly. So we'll go back. We'll do the rest of the building, the pots and stuff I have to put in. I really don't want to do the flowers and stuff until we get to
How
summer.
is life treating
So
you?
we need something to do anyway. I want to see the colour. See how it kind of works out. Oh, you should get through it quick enough. But yeah, we'll definitely finish on this string. Yeah, we'll finish.
Nice. Only the best product here. See you around.
I hope only the best products here. You'll take her.
Oh, it's definitely production anyway, that's giving me trouble.
Hello there.
I'll get back, I'll check and see what seems to be the problem. But it's driving me nuts. It's killing me. What is it? For God's sake. It's not staying up long enough for me to identify the problem.
How are you? Goodbye.
How can I help you? Can I interest you in some of my
Well,
wares?
it might be in farming. I suppose we'll see. No rush anyway for a little bit, I'd say.
See you around.
There, we're done there. So, this village and then Gostovia, and there's 4 beyond. We get back, we'll do a little bit of building.
Maybe I should. How are you?
You know what would have been cool if we had an option to do this kind of ivy stuff. But look, yeah, it's still not bad. I'd imagine there's mods for this on PC.
Hello. Only the best products here. Good luck.
I'll try and get rid of all the food, obviously, first. That thing is kind of perishable. We need it out before the end of the season.
How best prices in the area? Oh, I hope to see you soon.
Right, Gostovia. This is where we pay our taxes and our first opportunity to find that random vendor. Well, the only thing we really need from him is dried figs, to be honest.
How can I help you?
If he kills me, I'll track down what we... It's definitely something that's not keeping up with production.
Isn't such a bad thing after all.
I don't know what it is, to be honest. It's probably the guys in the barn, is it? Yeah. But this thing was going through winter as well, so I don't know what it is.
Hello?
Oh, hang on. We're looking for, No, he hadn't got any. I wouldn't mind the odd maple seed, even though we won't be using them. Whatever. Ah, there's our special vendor.
How is life? Can I interest you in some
Nah. Has 0. I don't want any of that junk. But we could stock up a bit on this stuff here. I won't keep any more than 100, really. That's it, really. Okay.
life? Have a good day.
Just don't like conversations about
Goodbye, dear.
Oh yeah, that's it. We pay our taxes here and we get our cow. And we've just got a few villages to sell to, and then we're good. I think our taxes are like 17 grand or something.
How are you? Can I interest you in some of my wares? See you soon.
No.
Oh, can I interest you in some of my wares? It's goodbye.
No. What are we looking for? Cow? Yep, that works for me. Okay, we're done with that. So that's it. The rest of the villages. Get back and I'll do the last of those two sides. I need a little bit on the main part as well. Maybe some rubbish or bric-a-brac. We'll have a look at that. We don't have a ton of decorating options when it comes to bric-a-brac, unfortunately.
How can I help you?
I'm sure we'll find something.
Smelly shadow the tree. Do you need anything?
Alright, we got rid of that anyway.
Good luck.
That's the food out of the way.
How do you do? Whatever you need, I've got it.
Oh, hang on, we're going these, aren't we? Yeah, get those out of the way.
Have a
There
nice
we
day.
go.
Oh, it's my way. Never do.
Alright, I think we're okay there. Yeah, I never saw that junk. No.
Good luck.
The settlement is actually on about half of the production it could do. Problem is the vendors don't have enough money to deal with it. What would have been a really great system in this, let's say if you could have a general store vendor, you could put a limit on the amount of each kind of stuff you wanted to keep, and every time in your storage, if it got above that, they would sell the proceeds. That would have been brilliant, but unfortunately not. That's not how it works. But that would be probably hard to implement. I could see a lot of problems with that. Well, the easier way would be to have a vendor shed for storage. You could put all kinds of rubbish in it and they would just sell. You know, something like the storage shed. Yeah, that would probably work. Then I would have probably put up more stalls. But I have an obscene amount. I've already got 8 of them.
Greetings. That's the crisis in the arena.
There, you're done. Okay. It's got rid of a good few sticks.
Hope to see you soon.
Well, only goods of the highest quality.
See what I mean? We won't even touch on the amount of grain that we've got to sell. And I've only got the grain being extracted, let's say, and threshed at probably half the volume I could.
Best prices in the area. Be safe.
We don't have many more now to hit. Just 2 more after this and we're done.
Good luck.
Here we go.
Hello.
Yeah, we've already seen the special vendor didn't have anything I needed. Horrible situation with the special vendor here. But they pretty much fixed it on the second map. You know, he's not random now, he stays in the main village. And he's got several of every item, instead of here being random, which can kind of be buggy, and only having one of every item. And even sometimes not having that item, most of the time. So they definitely learned from this. And then we'll hit up the last town now, see what's causing that shortage thing. It's not staying up long enough for me to track it down.
Can I help? Do you need anything? Oh.
There. One more town, then we get back. I have a little bit to do, and we'll try and get through to the next season. Then I can do the last of the decorating on that. Or all of it, I should say.
Hello there.
Of course, when we get to summer, we'll have to do this one more time, and that's it then. I think there should be 4 or 5 guys here to sell to.
Oh, it's you have a good day.
Hail! Whatever you need, I've got it. See you soon.
It's 2.
Prices in the area.
3.
How are you? Best goes in the realm. Take care.
4. There's actually 6 here, guys. Yeah, 2, 4. There's 6. 6 vendors here.
Hail, friend. Can I interest you in some of my wares? See you around.
And the last guy.
Hello there. Best goods in the valley.
There we go. Right, let's get back. We've done pretty much everything we can do. It should be time to sleep soon. So we've got today and 2 more days
Oh, it's you
before
again.
we can get to the next season, so we'll have to find something to do. I've got plenty to do on the settlement anyway. Yeah, we want you to clean up until we get to summer. I would really love to track down that problem. I wonder if it's these guys. I doubt it. So it's in production anyway, I think. There's the workshop here. Okay, there's no beer bottles, but I think I still got some. Buckets, blah blah blah. There's plenty of planks. There's plenty of those. There's tons of clay. And I've got tons of oats and stuff for the barn. I don't know, I'm at a loss. I don't know what's kind of running short like this. There it is again. Driving me nuts, it is. It can't be the hunting either. Oh, hang on. Do you know what it could be? It could be the cooks. Let me see. Yeah, it's the cooks, guys. It's the cooks. I'll have to turn down their production a bit. It's definitely the cooks. Let me see. So, the hunting here we're getting... Yeah, I got some new guys in. That's what happened there. I'm getting about 335. And the cooks... There it is now, it's showing up. A bit late now. They're doing... was it 193 and 330? Yeah, so 150, about 160 they should be doing each. I'll just push those guys down for a moment. That should stabilize itself in a moment. Yeah, I put in some level 8 guys. So they really brought production down. About 160, so what's that, 320? Well, it said 322, let's say. Even though it's not. And we're bringing in... 335, yeah, that would be okay. Alright, that should clear itself shortly. Once the guys catch up with that. Actually, I might kill 2 of the moose up here. No, I think it should be okay. Should only go for a little while more. Right, let's do this little bit in the corner. What time is it? Okay, we've still got about 6 or 7 minutes. We can do the final stage once we get to summer. Okay, that one is pretty much done, Mike. God, that's a lot of flower pots. Okay. Just squeezing in. Sugar. How are we gonna manage this? It's always kind of awkward on a hill. No, we're not gonna get anything there. I'll have to do without, I suppose. It's absolutely ridiculous. Nah, that wouldn't work, would it? No, it'll work on the outside of it, alright. That's not good. I'll put something there. Yeah, I'll have to just put something there. That's stupid. Some kind of ground glitch. Okay, we'll ignore it for a little bit anyway. Not much we can do about it now. These were just some little bits that, because I had a bit of time, I'd said, yeah, we could probably, do something to make it look a little better. I won't be doing the flowers themselves until we get to summer. There it is there. Any way we can get around this? Oh, kind of. Suppose the best of a bad situation is this kind of glitchy thing here. It will have to be there, guys, although it does really look out of place. What can we do? Not a lot. Yeah, the terrain was a little bit much for it. There, okay. That's all ready, let's say, and we can flower that up during the summer. That was the only side that was really kind of sticking out, Oh, this and this one. Now we'll get some sleep. We finish the next day and then we have only one more evening. Straight to summer, do our runs. Then we'll do the cleanup and whatever else needs to be done. That will be the season we'll be stopping it on. We'll see if there's any little improvements I suppose we can make as we're doing the cleanup, and we'll find something to do. Then I'll be off to the weekend again, so I think Friday is like Boxing Day, isn't it? But as I said, if I can find a time even to come home for a little while on Christmas Day, I will. Point is picking that up. Okay, let's sleep. I'll see about the rubbish on this side.
Everything is permitted.
But this didn't turn out too bad, actually. Anything in yellow was something that was kind of placed by hand. Yeah, like that junk there. Okay, nearly there. Now, while it's counting down, I'll get something to drink. But yeah, it'll be nice I have this done and we can move on. Probably not the, strangely enough, not the biggest settlement I did with individual pieces, but in size. Yeah. Yeah, it's definitely the biggest one in size.
I need some money to buy myself a toy. I heard that crime pays well.
No. Right, we're pretty good at that. We've stabilized that other thing. So, you know, the cleanup and the flowers we'll be doing later. But this empty section here, yeah, we need to put something here. No, we could go with the haystacks, blah blah blah. Now, we'll see if we can come up with something that might suit. You know, just for this section here. Max of that, it's okay. But here, the area is a bit on the big side. Obviously, I don't want to put any more trees. That would be too much. Okay. So, I don't know about the haystacks here. It might be a bit of a problem. You could go with large, medium, and small, kind of dribbling it down. Personally, I think no. So what else have we got? We have not a lot, strange enough. I'm not putting that in because it'll be the odd man out. Or the others are out. I've already got one of these up, but yeah, let's give it a shot anyway. Okay. Okay, let's give this a shot. What way do I want that set? Yeah, something like that. Let's check our distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This one here. I just want to get a rough measurement on this guy. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Right in front of the third one. No, if it's 5 in front of the second, isn't it? If we want to get center on this. About halfway between the fence and this tree here. 2, 3, 4, and those two make 5. Okay. So on the third one. Oh, sugar. So right in front of that, I'd say would be our 1. That should give us a rough center. Now, where did I want this? That way, wasn't it? Yeah, I could live with that. That's roughly center on this. Now, yeah, it's useless to push it in closer, really. Yeah, that would work, because the last thing I need here is another tree. Well, easy enough to destroy anyway if we change our mind. Now, how can we make this look different? Let me see. Yeah, we've got to save anyway, haven't we? I think this might be a bit silly, but I'll have a look at it anyway. I know this will work. We won't be able to see the proper color scheme till summer anyway. I know it's definitely different. Now, I can go with the clay pots on this, but this I wanted to kind of go overboard on this. Yeah, I don't know if it's going to be what we need. We'll save this on number 2. So, what about... That's the only thing we can use, but let's see. I don't think this is a good plan, to be honest. Yeah, straight away it's kind of coming out too much, but we'll see. Maybe it might grow on us, huh? I might have another plan for this, let me see. That is an eyesore, okay. Okay, I'm so happy enough with this for the time being. Now, it's a pity I really need summer to see the colors on this. Personally, I think maybe something. They're a bit on the big side, I've always found. Now we could probably do something like this. It won't look much, obviously, until we get the summer in. I can always change these later anyway. Oh, this is the one, isn't it? Personally, here I think that one there is called for. Once the flowers go in during summer, there'll be that little splash of colour in the corner. You're probably better off doing chicory. It's the only thing that really stands out. Ah, you see, here we go with the problems already. I'll have to probably slightly change those later. Bring them more out to the front. Almost guaranteed. But for the time being, I'd say that would do. And when summer comes, when we're putting the flowers in, yeah, that would probably work. I'm not really happy with this guy. I might be able to change this. Maybe use the smaller ones. We'll see during the summer anyway. But if you're going with the chicory on that, it does give... I think it's still a bit big. I might use the other pots. Well, we'll decide anyway during the summer. So, that's something to fill that area. Now, the only thing that's really bothering us, let's say, out from doing the flowers, would be this last section. This is down here. This I'm not really come to a decision yet on it. But I've got a lot, well, I haven't got a lot to work with. But if I had some kind of mod where I could place some stuff, you know, really close together, or even, you know, let's say one piece within another, like that one in Fallout 4 that place anywhere. Yeah, you could definitely do things. Number one would be anyway hiding, you know, those large lampposts. These guys. The first thing I would do was push them right into the tree, only exposing this part here. So this is the next one. So what more can we do here? Not a lot. I would settle for something here on this. I suppose we do the fence. Yeah, that's what we'll do. Yeah, that would probably work. Okay. Just move this junk for a moment. Fair spot for you later, but... Always on a hilly region, almost impossible to build on. Another one, I've got to finish the flowers on that later as well. And we just leave that here for a moment. Something like we've done with the fencing obviously on the front. But instead of doing this fancy thing, we'll build a little area for our clothesline and that kind of junk, I suppose. Obviously keeping a clothesline on the back end. not a great spot in front of this table. We'll get the fencing up anyway, what we're saying. We'll figure it out from there then. Here we go with that split rail thingy. That one there. Roughly around center on this. There. Now, yeah, it's that stuff there, really and truly, I should be using. You might even go, let's say, with this the bench here, maybe, and something else on the other side. What am I going to do with this clothesline? Or we don't have to use it, I suppose. It seems to be out of place now, doesn't it? Yeah, let's have a look around anyway. Yeah, that is the spot, guys. Right between the buildings. Why didn't I see that before? Actually, yeah, pretty decent. Okay. We're kind of in trouble with the other thing. I could probably fit it here, but that wouldn't be centered. Isn't much of a problem. Let me see. Ooh, this is giving me trouble. That necessarily doesn't have to be there. It's probably better off down here. Put another one in if I can. Let's see. Yeah, that would work. Leather and linen thread. We're too far away from that thing. I'll get to that in a moment. Okay. We're straight up here anyway. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Of course, all stable hands need somewhere to sit. No. That's pretty decent, I think. Yeah, okay, I can probably live on that. Now let's get up out of here. Right, obviously we'll be plastering that with flower pots in a moment. Is there anything else we could use? Kinda sick of the flower pot thing, but... okay. But they do blend in nicely, but once the flour goes in, it's not much better. Yeah. Okay. Why not? Give us something to do during the summer, huh?
Whoa!
Silly horse, isn't it? There. And the last one. Now, which kind of forces us into this here, which I wanted to do anyway.
Ferocious beast.
We won't bother with the flowers till summer. Let me see what kind of work best. But it still needed a bit more of a splash anyway, didn't it? There, that's not too bad. I think it's time to sleep. And then we only have this next day, then we're in summer. Then we finish with this after we do our rounds. I'm sure we'll find enough to go the whole stream. We'll go over and we'll check other places, see if we can improve a little on it maybe. No, still got a bit of time. Yeah, you see we've got one day, yeah, we've got tomorrow as well. And that will go quickly. Okay, let me just get a little bit of something to drink. But I had to kind of hold back on this, you know, not to finish. So I'd have enough to stream the last stream on it, obviously. But if I had to rush, I would probably finished. Whenever I get the time, I'll upload those, and the ones... I know it's been ages since I did the ones in Valentine, and I still never uploaded. And my problem is, before I can upload them, I've got to do it from VODs. From Twitch, so that means I've got to stream the tour. And, you know, that can be kind of confusing, because an average tour would go maybe 10, 12 minutes, and then I'd have to cut the stream. But the new console's coming out. I should be able to record those separately and upload them, I'd imagine. And I can catch up on some of the other stuff. Console has always been pretty basic in that sense. Yeah, we just wait for this time to go down and spend one more evening here. Then we're in summer. Then we've got a good bit to do. Oh, we've got to make sure these guys finish as well. But I've got a ton of farmers and I can't see why not. We'll give a check on them in the morning as well and see. Do any of them need to be rotated? There's only 3 that's not maxed out. And there were some kind of new recruits. I think I picked them up during quests or something, I'm not sure. Right, where's that fan? It's starting to get warm. Always here on Christmas, it's pretty humid. But judging by the heat, I would say probably 90% humidity. There we go. Now, all we gotta do is finish out this day. We can get to summer. You're held in the season for 3 days regardless, but you can up the length of it by 10 times. So, and still you can skip in 3 days, so it's actually worth it doing that way. You can always leave in 3 days to another season, and then you've got plenty of time if you fall behind, or maybe a quest might take a little bit longer than usual. Okay, I'll need to pick up some junk here, won't I? Because we're out of reach of the main resource center. Let's see. There's still some more things we can kind of nitpick here on. Right, let's quickly look at those 3 guys and see how they're doing. I think 2 of them are hunting. And there's another guy doing something else. Let me see. Or 3. No, there's 4 of them actually. Yeah, there's those 3. No, I think that's it. Just those 3. There's 3 of them. Yeah, they're okay. It's very, very slow. Right. So obviously we could use one of those wash basins as a trot, maybe. The problem is, yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? 2 of them is a bit much, guys, and I don't think this really suits. I'd say we'll just move this for a minute. Yeah, this is more of a farming thing. Might find another spot. I think that's what we need here. It's supposed to be for washing, but you know, you can. It looks the part, let's say, for a kind of drinking trot as well. Yeah, I'd much prefer that. I think it's more in place. We don't necessarily have to put something here, but let's say we do. So we might be overdoing it. What can we do with this guy? We don't have to use it, obviously. But instead of scrapping it, I did find a place for it, maybe. Oh, that kind of looks promising. Yeah, I like it. Okay, we'll leave it there for the time being. Personally, I'd rather get it closer to this. I could fill it up with manure. You know, just kind of tip it into it. Oh yeah, what's the story with this guy? I don't know. Can we do anything more with this? I'm not sure, to be honest. See, I don't want to speckle this too much. It's going to be horrible. Let me see. Let's see, winter. Blank. Oh, well, it works there. Yeah, but not so much there. I suppose. Yeah, kind of caught a little bit on this. Oh yeah, maybe we could probably get away with this. I don't know, it might be kinda too much. Surely something different we could choose with these, but you would be definitely forced into... Yeah, dandelion. Oh, hi Jaeger, and happy Christmas to you. How have you been? Yeah, what's it now, guys? Oh, it's Christmas Eve for me. So, another hour for you, isn't it? Before it's Christmas Eve. You're on the Eastern Standard Time, Jaeger, isn't it? Ah, that's cool. Yeah, we're just basically finishing off. I'll finish on this one. Central. Just in a few hours, then it's Christmas Eve. Yeah, it's been Christmas Eve for me for almost 4. 10. Ah, so another 2 hours, you're into another day. Yeah. So 6 hours between us, Jaeger. Yeah, okay. I'm not sure about putting the junk in here, guys, to be honest. But I tell you, I could use it there. Yeah. You can overdo this kind of stuff as well, you know. But I definitely need one here as a kind of breaker. I have no problem with that. Yeah, that's okay. I need...
I don't have any.
I didn't know that we need a breaker on these. Not really. Just there. Yeah, just there would do. I'll get the flowers later. Okay. So. Oh, I can't really put anything there. We need some... What do we need for this again, guys? We need leather and linen thread. I actually got those, but we're too far away from the resource shed, but we'll have to collect them. This thingy here. Yeah, probably good than that.
I'm so glad I settled.
Not really. Let's see. This would be better, I would say. Yeah, that looks more like it, guys, doesn't it? Okay, let's go get some manure and some junk. We'll fill that up and... What was it? Linen and leather. Yeah, I want to collect that from the resource storage. Well, we'll nitpick on this and we should find enough to do to get an entire stream out of it. Probably. Once we finish today, as I said, we'll get straight through to the next season, do a little shopping run, come back here, finish this, and we need a kind of massive ground cleanup. Because the game then I'll be just staying in that season indefinitely. And once we're finished, really, there's no point. We've pretty much maxed it out as well, population-wise. So that will be kind of interesting. Oh yeah, I need to collect that junk. So we need leather, linen thread, and probably linen. Leather. Okay, we'll get sugar. Okay, we'll get that again. Oh yeah, we need manure. Yeah, we'll get the 64. We wouldn't need anything like that, but there. Here, we'll take a certain amount of this with us, I suppose. Yeah, I might be able to put a few sacks in here and there, guys. And what else did I need? Leather. Yeah, that might be a decent way of doing this. Right. Yeah, basically got all of this stuff done. Jaeger, so finishing it off on this stream. Oh, hi Wonder. How have you been? Merry Christmas to you and to everyone, guys. Yeah, it's Christmas Eve for me, but for most of you guys will probably be in the next hour or two. So, let me see where we're going with this. Oh yeah, this junk here. Here, would you believe we're probably better off using that guy. Using that guy there. And going probably the extra mile with that. There. Not much we can do with this. I wonder will the bags fit in here. The ground is very, very, very unstable. Oh, it does. Cool. With this, I will just go with a classic bag. And then we will hit it up with that, I suppose. Oh, hang on. Here, what about this? That, then we'll just go each side. It should be good to go. Just as a bit of a filler on the side, you know. There. Yeah, just anything to get it filled up. Not looking forward to Christmas, yeah? Your anxiety is acting up, yeah? I'm sitting on a mountain of loot, but every vendor in this village is broke. Yeah, it takes a while for them to have money, but it gets to the stage where your production will do too much. You're probably better off tuning it down. I've got mine at about 50% production, but because I've been so long in the game, the amount of stuff they create, it's crazy. Do you know what would have been a great system in this, Wonder? Let's say if well, probably the easiest way for them to do it is, you know how you get a resource shed, and you get, let's say, you know, a food shed and all that. If they had another one, a vendor shed, they could call it. So anything you put in there gets sold by the vendors. That would be cool. It would give you an excuse then to have a ton of vendors, you know. So all you'd have to do is just collect up all your junk. And even better again, let's say you could set a limit on what types of junk, you know, how many pieces you had, and the rest would go to that shed and get sold off. That would be quite a good system. But, I don't know, probably hard to implement. But with this you got to pick a specific item, and that ties up a ton of other guys then as well. Well, still a decent system, but, you know, it could be improved on. Yeah, okay. We'll go with this one, guys. You see with the likes of this? We can put some rubbish around the house. This is not more, this is more of a kind of animal place, so we'll be gentle with this. Well, there's not much we can do there, but I could go with the classic, I suppose. Maybe. Yeah, I could probably get away with that because we need a little something here. And we need something on that as well. What have we got in rubbish, guys? They're a bit on the large side, aren't they? I'll have to go with a classic, and this guy's 2 buckets of water and milk or something. Probably. Not completely sold on it, but you know, what else can we do? Not a lot. I want to keep this to a minimum if I can. Well, okay, we'll use this junk as well. That's it with the rubbish, guys. We'll just find something to put on top. That's enough rubbish around here. Let's fill this guy. Oh, this can be a little finicky. But I literally put down thousands of items like this. Arc Raiders. Now, we need to mess those up a little bit. That would do. Just get a few more in. Yeah, the only thing that will keep them reasonably stable. Oh. Come on now. There, that's not too bad. That would probably work, guys. Yeah, that would probably work. Rightio. Now, I do have another little plan here, obviously. We'll have to do a little bit of matchup, obviously.
Finally, the winter's over.
Like we've done there, which will be easy enough. I wonder, could we get away with something possibly like that? Maybe. Yeah, I could see this one work. Yeah, would pretty much do it. I'd never get away with that, would I? Let me see. Oh, nice. Almost right. This would probably be much better. I won't get... I'll have to take this little guy out. We'll have to go more central on this. But I think it will be worth it. Here, let me just finish here. Just quickly finish here. We'll be making tons of these slight improvements as well as we're going along. I think it's nearly time to get out of this season, is it? No, we still have a bit of time. I would do that a lot, let's say, especially when I was buying the dye and stuff like that. Or the stuff I didn't really want to bother with. But for me now, it's gotten in the game where they're producing tons of everything I need. You know? But you do know your money maxes out in this a little bit, let's say. It gets to 2.5 million or something. And then it starts another pile. I remember I wanted to buy something and it said I didn't have enough money. I said, what's going on here? And then I noticed it was only like a couple of hundred. And I said, what's going on? And then I noticed there was a second pile. And then I had something like 2.5 mil or 3.5 mil or something. So I had to actually put that in the trunk. So what you can hold on a pile of money, that can max out. It will start a second pile, and then if you're buying anything, it will, you know, actually go from the second pile. So I'd usually store it up a bit, you know. Now, I've got to slightly do this again. The problem with this is, yeah, I might have to rethink this a little bit. Could I get away with something like that? Let me see. Taking that out, you'd be putting it in, you'd be going with the other guys. I don't know if it's worth the hassle, to be honest. We'll see. First of all, we'll see if we can get away with it. Yeah, with that there, I will have to redo again, unfortunately. I kind of like that. Going on the inside. Okay, let me see. Yeah. Push that one out, you're going to be way out of line. Okay, I'll have to stick with that then, I'm afraid. I suppose we can't have everything. We'd have to change too much. I don't think it's going to be much of a spoiler, to be honest. Yeah, okay, we'll stick with it. Now, all we have to do is wait till summer. Well, basically when there's 1 hour to go on this, we can start getting up the junk to solve the food and the excess stuff. And then we'll start finishing off the flowers and we'll start tweaking it out and giving it one clean. Then we're done. Let me see, what time is it? 1670. Well, it's 1800. They stop working. That's another 3 or 4 minutes. Is there anything else we can work on this? But I think it's okay, to be honest. Yeah. Oh yeah. We said, I don't know about this too. There's nothing really we can kind of put on this.
When you feel like whistling, even with a shoe full of slush.
It's kind of rubbish. Nah, I think we're good. I think less is more in this situation. No. Maybe. See, the problem with that is then we're stuck on the other edge. No, I think that's good, guys. No, less is more. Okay, let's get ready to pick up this rubbish. We'll get straight through the summer as quickly as we can. I might need... We'll do this during the summer anyway. I obviously couldn't build here because of the rocks. But if I could get a low fence coming on the outside, and then just put some rubbish in here, like at the kind of dumping ground, I might be able to get away with something like that. Well, ideally I'd like to kind of run from here, but I don't think it would work. Well, we'll see. We'll give it a shot anyway during the summer. That's the only thing that's really in our way. Okay, right. Let's get ready for this, guys. Our last season in the game, so whatever we need to do will be done on this next season. Yeah, I need to stop it in summer. That's when all the plants are bloomed. Oh yeah, let's see if they've finished their work. I think they did. Yeah, they're good to go. Yeah, they're good to go. Right. All we gotta do is just wait for a little bit. He's gotta wait till 1800, isn't it? Oh, we're almost there. There, that's it. It's pretty much 1800. Well, nearly. There. Right, they'll stop working. Now we can... Oh, yeah. Not much in meat, is there? That's the new recruits I have in the hunter section. Right, what else is here? We can get rid of this junk, obviously. The roaches. Okay. That one there, obviously. Okay. Okay, that would do. Now, we'll grab this junk. We'll probably have to make some more new tools for them in the summer, but we'll need something to do anyway, won't we? Okay. I only keep 500 of these and it's way too much, so we'll trim that down a little bit. I need 384. There. We're not too bad for tools. No, we're pretty good in buckets and all of that junk. Yeah, we'll start to trim this junk down. I keep roughly around 2,000 of each. There's a challenge that keeps coming up for making an obscene amount of potions. But about 2,000 on every plant is just about enough to get it done, you know. If it wasn't for that, I wouldn't keep this junk at all. 2289. Okay. Okay, right. Let's get through this little guy. Oh yeah, I need to get rid of some of this junk. Yeah. Here. That's about it, I think. We'll keep the iron and stuff there. Okay, might as well, I suppose. What's that? 1229. Yeah, I keep it kind of 5,000, even though I don't need anything like that. Okay. What's that? 1429. There. It's just a wall, I think, and then we're done. Yeah, 693. Then we're out of here. Right, straight into the season. We'll do our shopping run. That's it then, guys. We come back and we finish. Then the guys in this settlement will kind of be stuck in Groundhog Day, huh? Ever-ending, never-ending season. Now, I'll get back, we'll save this, we should be good to go. And we can start to clean up as well, the final clean up of this as we're moving through each section. I always check this because the DLC can be a bit iffy. Yeah. Okay. Oh, hang on. Is it time to... Oh, we gotta wait out this for a second. And we'll save it. So yeah, this is the last season, guys. Whatever we need to do now will have to be done on this one. Yeah, it's all about having the fun, Wonder, isn't it? All about having fun. Alright. Now we're safe. Go, guys, we're all going now. The update, did you, if you're playing this, Wonder, I've noticed that the NPCs don't die off like they should. I've got one guy, he must be probably 76, 80 by now. He seems immortal. Fix off his what's this anyway? Several nights you turn your instinct. Ask even first combat. Yeah, I think that's the one way out of it. Yeah, consult a soothsayer is probably the best one. Yeah, that's the easiest way out. Just down 100 coin. And we just lost the gander. That's it. Yeah, they're not dying anymore. Now, how's the young guy here?
Hello there.
I'm still at 100%.
Stop.
How are you
Is
doing?
anything troubling you, my dear?
95. Okay, let's give you a present. There, have a necklace.
Hello, husband.
There, she's at 100%. Blah, blah, blah.
Have a good day.
And that's it.
Nothing worth having comes
Now, we'll go do our shopping run. And then we finish this guy once and for all. Get all that little stuff we need to do out of the way. Oh yeah, hang on. Let's see, is there any new apprentices? Get the management, we get this place fixed up, obviously. So what did we lose? One animal. What was it? Oh, gander. That's Gostovia. Look at those guys. That's that one. Now, okay, everyone is in. We have 148. I would have made 150 if it wasn't for one guy that just wouldn't die. He was married 5 times. I wonder. 5 times. He even got married and his bride died on the same day. Well, basically when one of the guys would drop off, you know, the widow, I'd move in with him. But yeah, 5 times. The Black Widower. Right, let's see. Where's the farming here for a moment? Some guys training. Not that makes a difference now anyway, we're in the last season, but... where are they? Oh, hang on. Where did I put those little guys? Oh, here they are. The stall holders, they're done. Yeah, okay. I'll put them on the farm sheds. There, that gets them out of the way. There, all set. Yeah, this guy here, where is he? Now, I'll move the lady in with him, obviously, to make room, but they'll never match up. Yeah, there he is. Oh no, that's the couple, Roland. I got that guy from a quest. 76, it's unbelievable. This guy. Yeah. Haha. I got him from a quest as well. Obviously these won't hook up if there's more than 10 years of a difference. But I needed a room, so I just moved her in there. But I've got a ton of houses. Really, I'm not putting in, that's it. The building is done. 45 houses. Enough. Yeah. Any of this cleaning up we'll do now will make a difference because we're finishing on this season, of course. Here. Right, let's just save this. So we need the gander, isn't it? So let's just do our little run to get rid of this junk. Get back, then we'll finish. And this is our very last run. Right, okay. Let's do this. I've done everything I can in this game. It's pointless playing it. I'm pretty much burned out anyway after those two large settlements. Oh, what are we even taking that for? That's silly. Now,
How do you let me show you my wares?
we'll take every last fraction of coin they have, I suppose. Well, I must be here pretty early. These guys are not in place.
Oh, that's goods in the valley.
Yeah, doesn't matter really.
It's good luck.
Right, where's the... There she is. It was easy enough to get rid of this junk before, you know, because of the stuff I needed. But now I don't need it. It's kind of hard to get rid of. Oh, hi, Jonathan. Would you believe I've never played Fallout 3 on Twitch? So it will either be Fallout 3 or a new game I picked up because it was on sale. Not Assassin's Creed Shadows. You know the one before that? What's it called? The one that they said was kind of okay. They kind of kept to what they usually do. Mirage. Yeah. It will either be Assassin's Creed Mirage or Fallout 3. Yeah, Mirage. That was the one. But, you know, in a few months' time, when the new consoles comes out, or the Steam machine, I should be able to get access to a lot more games. So, I'm really looking forward to playing the likes of Enshrouded. And, yeah, I think Cyberpunk was a pretty good game. But I always knew it was going to be a good game, Wonder. You know, even though it's not my kind of genre, the kind of stuff that we're doing, I still really enjoyed the game. You know, so even if you're not into that kind of future thing, you know, but story was pretty good. Characters were very good. You'd have interest in them. Yeah, couldn't complain. Did a good job fixing it as well, you know. Yeah, Cyberpunk was pretty good. But I wasn't surprised I liked it. I do like CD Projekt's work. How they will work in the future, it's hard to know. Yeah, I've seen it a few times, definitely. Now, the way I see the situation going, you know, Steam is probably the only one keeping the console guys kind of half honest. You know, really Xbox, you know, they're saying their next hybrid console where you can buy games from any other platform, including Steam, and play them. They'll be kind of upping the tech on them a bit, let's say, so they'll be, you know, a lot stronger, even though more expensive, but, you know, we can probably deal with that. This is something they should have done a long time ago, Jonathan. But if Steam had not come out with that Steam machine, whether it's a success or not, we would probably still stuck with minor upgrades on the consoles. You know, still stuck in those toxic ecosystems of Sony and the rest. But Microsoft have said too that they'll be dropping the, you know, you gotta pay us to do multiplayer. Hidden costs, you know, have a subscription, because on Steam you won't, and that will really, you know, take a lot of their custom. But new players always make it better for the consumer. The more of them there are, the more producers and, you know, the more guys doing this, the better it is for us. This is why I was surprised that, you know, the FTC thought it was a really good idea for Microsoft to start buying up a ton of companies like Activision Blizzard. We all know from experience that if a large company starts gobbling up all the small ones around it, it's never really good for the employees or the customers. I've yet to see one instance, you know, where it's better. And sure enough, you know, it did kind of go sideways from Microsoft. They did promise when they were buying it that no one would lose their job and prices wouldn't go up. I wonder how that worked out for them. I think as the ink was drying on the contract, they sacked 9,000 employees, and then a month or two later, what did they do? They rose Game Pass by 50%. Or Medieval Dynasty. If you're referring to... Oh, you're talking to Terry. I wonder, is it? Yeah. But the only thing that concerns me a little bit, let's say, Jonathan, about the Steam machine is the amount of VRAM they put in it. Like, on the Xbox X series, I know it's going to be expensive and everything, the RAM, because of the, you know, the fake stuff they're doing with AI. But 8 VRAM, you know, I think probably the new consoles might even have a bit more. We'll see. You know, it depends. But if there was a system where you could add more VRAM yourself, maybe, you know, where they'd give you a kind of basic stuff, and, you know, you could kind of, you know, add more RAM to it yourself, maybe. I'm not sure, maybe you can. Oh, me. Yeah, Medieval Dynasty, I'm playing. I think it's a wonderful game. I'm not familiar with Bellwright. It might have been you or someone else who was telling me about that one. You see, I think if I haven't come across it, it's probably PC only, and I'm on console, you know, right now, let's say, and before, console is pretty limited. Until maybe next year. We'll see if Microsoft make a decent enough offering, you know, on their consoles. Let's say out from the price, we won't even mention, you know, what kind of ridiculous price, but let's say on the hardware itself, well, they stick to their promises, you know, where you could access any platform, buy the games that would work, and you're not held in their ecosystem or operating system. You know, if you could use Linux or whatever on it, and you're just buying the hardware from them. That would be something, yeah. So Bellrite is a little bit like this, but the graphics not so good. And the NPC interaction. So something similar. Yeah, I like these kind of games. Yeah. But interesting times coming up, guys. Interesting indeed.
How best prices in the area.
Yeah, this is our very last selling run, Jonathan. We're finishing this one up today. This settlement here. This is the biggest I've ever done. This is absolutely massive. This one. So we'll be back there in a second, and I'll give you a show around. So on this stream I'm coming to a finish on it. That took quite some time, but I did really give it a good sprinkle of decoration, to be honest. But I will say, I'm impressed at the Unreal 4. I don't know what the Unreal 5 is like, but the sheer amount of abuse I've given this game when it comes to building. It did kind of lose a few frames for a while, but once it kind of settled in, I got to a new season. Yeah, it kind of spread it out the stress a little bit, you know. I have Echoes of Nature. I didn't get the Exquisite pack because all they were really offering was just some clothing that I wasn't interested in. And I have got the Echoes of Nature, yeah. Yeah. I even the Echoes of Nature, I thought, well, they really needed some more decorating stuff outside. But the flowers are okay. You know, a little bit underwhelming. But, you know, I thought, yeah, these guys kind of deserve it, you know.
Would you go faster if I painted some
They did a reasonable, you know, pretty decent game. But, no, I didn't think the other one was kind of worth it. I was finishing up with this anyway, you know. Maybe in the beginning, if I just got into the game, I might have going into it, but all they gave me was all they would give you is some new clothing. They'll give you some for free anyway. They're decent enough guys, cooks outfits and stuff like that. But I wouldn't have been interested unless they gave me more, you know, kind of decorating items. But I wouldn't knock it. If you were starting the game, you know, playing it from scratch, yeah, it would probably be worth getting. But at my stage now, where I'm kind of burned out, you know. I'm not even sure if the same devs did it, really. Probably did. But yeah, I've got Echoes of Nature. Those plants will only bloom. Well, half of them only bloom, and they'll only bloom in summer. The original plans to it bloom in spring and summer. So now summer is the time. I'm gonna leave it. I have a lot of time. Skyrim used to be my game. Yeah, Skyrim and Fallout 4. I had massive amount of time on that. I once did a building playthrough on Fallout 4 that took 2014 hours. My longest playthrough on Skyrim was the last one I actually did, about 12 months ago, wonder. That was over 500 hours. On that, what we did is we played with all of the Creation Club rubbish, and my goal was to finish all of those quests, get around the bugs, do literally everything we could. You know, we go to a village, even the little wood chopping, little chores and vegetables thing. So we did every single quest, including the Creation Club stuff, and I did it with some restrictions in place. We could only use stolen stuff, but we could farm. We had to mine, we had to farm, and we could only take stolen stuff from containers, you know, which would include dead bodies, and we couldn't pick any vegetables or flowers, let's say, in the wilds. So I put a lot of restrictions into that, yeah, on that one. Fallout 4 building days, yeah. It is my all-time favorite game. But to be honest, I haven't got much confidence in the next Elder Scrolls. Well, I would be biased in that because Skyrim is my favorite game. It depends on what you want from a game, Wonder, you know? Yeah. But Skyrim is my all-time favorite game. You know, every time I go back to play Skyrim, it's like you've left home, going abroad for a long kind of working kind of stint, and you come back in maybe 5 or 6 years and you kind of come home kind of thing. Always feels to me. It's obviously a sentimental thing, you know, which is, you know, usually why we have, you know, favorite games. Yeah. No, they definitely don't have. Yeah. One could say, well, a company is only as good, especially a tech company like that, as the guys, you know, and they have. They've done a lot of silly things, and it would be madness to expect them to do something different than what they've been doing for the last 20 years. But it seems every progressive game they make is much worse than the last. I'm sure the lore will hold up a little bit of the game, but it won't hold it all up. Yeah. Yeah, me too. I quite like Fallout 4. Yeah. Well, this is the thing. This is Skyrim then. You know, or even Fallout 4 to a certain extent. But definitely Skyrim, you're not really forced to go on the main story. You can do your own little stuff, you know, going out in the wilderness and stumbling on, and some of the quests you have to stumble on, you know. So you're always kind of rewarded for being nosy and exploring, which is something that was sadly lacking, you know, from the likes of Starfield. But my kind of game would be, let's say, if I could choose a kind of medieval setting, which is Skyrim. Large open world, which is definitely Skyrim. You know, lots of interesting things to do, unique dungeons, kind of doing my own thing. Yeah, that's why, you know, probably Skyrim would be my favourite. I did a lot of time on the likes of Oblivion, the old version, not the remastered version, you know, as well. A lot of time on Fallout 4. Reasonable amount of time on Fallout 3 in New Vegas, but nothing compared to Skyrim, let's say, in Fallout 4.
It's on your coat. Hello.
Yeah, but I was already telling you, Jonathan, didn't I? I was reading up a little bit, and let's say after the fall of, well, I suppose it's subjective. Let's say after the less than expected demand they had for Dragon Age Veilguard, a lot of devs were let go. But a good few of those devs, actually, BGS, Todd, grabbed them up. One guy in particular, I forget his name, but he was a head quest writer. Yeah, and they picked up that guy. That did not fill me with confidence. So if he's a head quest writer, they'll probably be using him for the Elder Scrolls. And let's just say his last 3 games, let's say, it wouldn't inspire me with confidence. One was Dragon Age Veilguard. I didn't think the story was much good in that. I think he was on Concord, and he was on, you know, the one, what's it called again? The Mass Effect Andromeda, the one that said that got probably the worst kind of reviews from the fans. I think maybe, yeah, or something like Concord. I'm not sure. I do know he was on Dragon Age Veilguard. He was on Mass Effect Andromeda, and it might have been Concord. It was one of those. It was, yeah, I think it was Concord. It was one of those massive multiplayers that went down within a few months. Yeah. That's the guy you're going to have. Now, they didn't say they're going to be using him, you know. Yeah, So, let's say, not a great resume. Not something that would inspire me with confidence. Yeah. I'd love to hear your ideas on how we can kickstart the village improvement. Are you speaking with me, Wonder? Yeah. But yeah, it's... I don't know. All we can do is wait. Oh, you mean what I'm going to do? Well, basically, once I finish my little kind of selling run, I've got some tiny stuff to do, and then, let's say, to make up the rest of the stream, what I usually do is I kind of go back over everything and see if I can make little tweaks here and there to make it maybe a little bit more, in my opinion, visually appealing, you know? And that's basically how I work. I kind of get in, I have a rough idea of what I want. I'll start from a central area, and then I'll kind of build out, and then depending on the problems I come across with ground or whatever the case may be, I'll kind of, kind of work around that, and it pretty much designs itself, Then I would kind of do it in layers, kind of doing it in layers. On this, I went the extra mile and I did the decorating inside as well, to maybe an insane degree, But I liked the game, and I wanted to get a bit of time on it. So, kind of a cleanup phase, you know what I mean? Now, you get a lot of junk on this, let's say, every season. It's pointless cleaning it up. But this game now forever will be stuck in this season. I'm finishing on this season, and I'll eventually get back to it, and I can upload it for a kind of little settlement tour or whatever. So I'll have it kind of cleaned up as well, yeah. That's pretty much it.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Just get rid of as much of this as we possibly can. We just gotta pick up one gander in Gostovia as well. I pretty much maxed the settlement as well, so there's no need to stay here. Yeah, you could say I'm kind of burnt out. But then, we've done a lot of time on this game. But it's the decorating that will. The decorating, the fun part in the game is, when it's actually coming together, you can see a lot of changes really quick when it really starts to spread out. And then eventually you'll get bogged down with the decorating and the finishing, which for me usually takes about twice as long as kind of building the settlement.
Oh, it's you again.
No, we're looking for that hunter guy. Where is he? Oh, guys, we've got a challenge. Where is he? Oh, yeah, we'll go right to Jezreka, in case we saw the junk we need for the challenge. We'll get the challenge out as well. We might as well. This is our last run. Where's that last guy? Oh, that's that one. So, did we just come? Hang on, I probably came from him. I got distracted. I probably just came from him. I didn't see that actually. We have a challenge. But yeah, we probably already visited this guy, didn't we? No, we didn't. Okay.
Oh, it was nice.
Right. Straight to that challenge guy and we'll see. And then we can pick up the rest of the villages. I know exactly, I just did the first two where I am.
Hello.
Let's see what he wants. He's in Jezreka. I think that's how it's pronounced. But But during the winter time, I noticed, Jonathan, it's a pretty decent view of that settlement. It looks very, very Christmassy.
Had best prices in the area. It was nice seeing you.
Yeah, there's the vendor. Well, we're looking for the special vendors. Well, we'll see what he wants. Come here, you.
How best prices in the area.
Now, there's only one thing I really want. Oh no, hang on. This is this guy.
It's you again.
Alright, what does he want? Deliver to him poison arrows and poison iron. Yeah, well, we'll do that back at we'll do it back at the settlement. Yeah. Oh, hi Seb, and Merry Christmas to you too. I hope you have a great Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your family, Seb. You might even be able to get Conan on the Steam machine. Yeah, maybe. Yeah. From what I know of Conan, it's very kind of full of microtransactions and nickel and diming, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. I think I remember reading up a little bit on it. You can build a lot without them. Oh, I see. So, where's Terry? Good night. Yeah, good night, Terry. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Have a good rest, and if I don't see you before Christmas Day, I hope you have a great Christmas. Take care, Terry, and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, it'll be pretty interesting. Oh, I'll have a look at it. Absolutely. So they want poison bolts and arrows anyway.
You'd imagine.
Well, we have to go
All
back
the
for that.
people in the
I've got enough junk to do it at home. Okay, we pretty much finished here, didn't we? Right, we can probably do it from here and then kind of work our way backwards. We'll head back to the settlement. I'll make that guy the arrows, come back out here, and we're done. The day is pretty much done anyway.
How are you?
I'll concentrate on selling this junk then. But sometimes he needs junk that I'm already selling, so I check out and see what he wants first. So I don't have to go back and make it again. And let's get these guys out of the way. We still have to collect that gander, don't we?
Days develop so fast. How is life? Only the best products here. Treating. Good luck.
Yeah, this is, as I said before, my last selling run.
Help you.
Oh, I'll leave you off so I can keep track of where everyone is. I think there's 5 or 6 NPCs here.
How can I help?
6th, I think. There. We'll get out of here quick.
Your toe against one of them.
Welcome. I've got everything you need.
Nah, it's not worth my while, but just...
Good luck.
Yeah, we'll get it done anyway. It's only one more run.
Greeting. Only goods of the highest quality. Farewell.
There. So, 2 more guys down here, and then we're out of it.
How are you?
Once we get to Denica, I suppose it will be worth our while going back, and we're pretty close getting those weapons out of the way.
Goodbye.
And one more guy, we're finished in this. Well, this has the most vendors by far.
How is life? Best goods in the valley.
There, we're done. We're pretty much done here. So we go back to the smaller village, and yeah, we should be able to get this done. It does, doesn't it? But the amount of let's say I've got 2 inns up with 4 level 10s and that. So what I do is I kind of alternate between the beer and stuff and that. You know, trying to get it out. They're working for
Oh,
the
it's
masters,
you
so
again.
a ton of it. But in winter time, you know, let's say, which is pretty good, you know, you'll lose about 75% of what you've been getting in. So any stockpile you'll have in more, use it up quite quick. So I usually let it build up to a couple of thousand before I get them to hit it again. And I only have 1 beehive. It produces a lot, it really does. But even without the meat, if you were just selling it for, you know, the 5 silver each, with a few of those up, yeah, you'd make a lot of money. But money becomes obsolete pretty quick in this game, doesn't it?
It's in my nature. Not be safe.
I think there's 4 of them here. Yeah. Oh, he's gone 1.
How have you been?
Now, I always take this one, because you can't really lose. I'm carrying a lot of iron ore, but he actually sells it as well. So I always take this one, even though I don't need to. There we go. And he gives me an iron hammer. Oh yeah, we gotta sell it to him, obviously.
Ah, only goods of the highest quality.
Good, good, good. Now, let's get out of this junk. Let's get out of this junk.
Take care.
Yeah, we just talked to our 2 more up here. But mead and iron shears, pretty decent as well. They're straightforward.
Another client. Welcome.
Okay, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to get rid of this other junk here. It doesn't really matter.
Take care. How?
Oh yeah, we're getting rid of that junk.
Hope to
There.
see you soon.
Now, Denica. We'll probably go from Tenica to Gostovia.
Hello there.
We still haven't found a special vendor yet. So it could be back at one of my inns. Really? I've never noticed that. Yeah. It probably is. Yeah, I never really noticed. Well, divorce is pretty easy in this game. Just throw them out. Castro was that NPC during the main quest, yeah. Yeah, I think I might have noticed that as well, but I think that was before I got married in the game. I hit the main story very early in this, I think. You know, obviously, so we could get the pieces we needed to build.
Take care.
How can I help? Best goods in the valley.
Yeah, let's see. Okay. And where's all the... Oh, there it is. Upgrade. There.
Yeah,
And there's
so
one more NPC. Where's Kinga? Did we miss Kinga? She's here somewhere. Ah, come on.
Enjoy this summer.
Ah, hang on.
No year. Hello. My wares never.
Ah, Kinga's died. Yeah, she's been replaced. Yeah. Ah, that's a pity. She was around for quite some time. Oh well.
Oh, take care.
It's honest work.
It's a great system, you know. That NPC dies, their daughter steps in, or whatever, and kind of keeps going from that.
How can I help you?
Yeah, all the original, well, nearly all the original versions are gone. But I think very, very lately they've really extended the lifespan of these settlers, these villagers. Okay, so it must be actually back. The NPC might be back at our taverns. We've been to all taverns, so yeah. Well, I didn't check, to be honest, so.
Trade is in my nature. Have you? It was
There's
nice.
4 of these guys here I've got to see.
Hello.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Take care.
Oh, and then we got to get the gander here as well. Just grab that gander.
Hail from only the best products here. Friend, see you around.
Alright, where's that gander? I would usually go with a chick. Chicky chick chick. There you go. Oh, there's already one there. We're good. Okay, so we just go with that one. Perfect. Now, one more guy. And I suppose we'll go back, we'll make the arrows. We're close enough. There he is.
Hello.
And let's see. We're okay. There. Right, we'll hit back and we'll make these arrows, guys. What do we need anyway? 70 poisoned iron arrows and 70 iron bolts. Okay.
Greetings.
And then we can finish this little guy. Yeah, so we need to kind of tighten everything up, finish it off, and give it one cleaning. And we're good. This way. Oh, hang on. Yeah, well, we need to make the arrows first anyway. We need 70 arrows and 70 bolts. And then we need to go to the herbalist, isn't it? Yeah. Can a market stall become a passive? Of course, yeah. If you hire someone to manage it and focus, you can. This is how you work it here. So down in services here. See, I've got 8 of them, right? So what you need to do is you go in and click on here, and then what you do is you figure out what you want to sell. So tools, clothing, resources, food, or herbs. And we'll give you a different list of what you can sell. All of this will come from your resource storage. Okay, so on this one I picked tools. Okay, and I've got them selling iron shears. That's the best way of doing it. I've popped that up to 100%, so they're selling. Oh, this one is level 10, so she's selling 12 of them a day. She was making 1260 coin. Now, so for that I would need 12 iron bars, so that's 24 ore, so you'd have miners and blacksmiths in place, kind of feeding that in. Now, if you could pick any of the other options, you can get other stuff. You know, you can sell stuff, you know, the corn and the oats and the stuff like that, or I should say the rye, you know, directly from that. But it depends on the level of the NPC. I would rotate them, but, you know, but this is the quickest way of getting to level up too. Let's say on diplomacy, you know. So that would definitely be the quickest. So I've got 8 of them, even though I'm not using them, because I was kind of building a kind of area for them, which I'll show you a little later. But they'll still need to be selling junk that's being produced by your village. Almost anything. Except horseshoes, apparently. Yeah. Depends on what you want to make it. They'll have different stuff outside, you know. So it's tools, food, herbs, that kind of stuff. But the easiest is just make it into a tool stand. And, yeah, making use of the miners and the blacksmiths. Which after a while you won't really need that much. Yeah, let's see if I can get a lighter, guys. Yeah, I think they need to be filled. To give it clothes, no, you cannot. That's such a pity. They'll kind of spawn into different clothings each time of the year, but you cannot give them clothes. Yeah. Or coins, no. You can't give them anything whatsoever. The only thing you can give them which they pick up themselves is their work tools, you know. So in the resource storage, hold everything there, you know, the hammers, the sickles, the picks, you know, the hoes, and that kind of stuff. But you cannot give them any clothing. They won't use it. Yeah. It would be perfect. It would give me an excuse to do something. Yeah, I would dress them up pretty decently. Yeah. But you can imagine too what that would take. You know, it would take a lot in the game, you know. I don't think, let's say, it would be a bit of a strain on the system, you know. But yeah, I was hoping that you'd just put some in and they'd use them. It would be a massive strain on the system. They'll have that much control over an NPC, you know. But I would say they still did a decent job. It would be brilliant if they could, no doubt. Hi Voltron, and thanks for lurking. I appreciate it. And Merry Christmas to you and your family. I hope you have a great Christmas and New Year. Yeah, but the tool stand is, you know, pretty easy. You could just even build them outside your village for a while, just while you're getting some cash. It depends how far you are in the game, really. But once I make these arrows, I'll show you the area I have. 8 is far too much, but you know, I just needed to kind of fill up the place. What do I need? 70 arrows and 70 bolts, isn't it? Yeah, and then one poison thing. Iron arrows, so we need 7 of these, isn't it? And then 70 bolts. And to you too, Voltron. And to you. I hope you and your loved ones have a happy and peaceful Christmas and New Year. And to you too, Randy. Have a good one. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas and New Year. And to you and yours also. And we need 7 of these guys and then we're pretty much done. Just need to poison them off and get that little thing done. We just have a few more stores. I'm finishing up on this stream. On this settlement. It's come a long way, Randy. And I think I'm done. But we did a lot on this. We just get this poison thing out of the way. And I'll save it and I'll give you... oh, I'll show you from here anyway. But there's a lot more buildings, but because of the trees, you can't really see it. But you know what I found, Randy, on this? You know, during the winter, they did a really good job. Everything is covered with snow and the leaves die out. And you can literally see the entire settlement. So I'm here, I'm finishing it up and I'm giving it one cleanup. But I've got probably 6,000 to 7,000 pieces laid out as well here by hand. Well, I've at least gone 3,000 pieces. But if the trees were not there, there's like so many houses, you know. And I'll give you a quick run around on this in a minute. I'll actually save it so we can load it up. We just gotta poison off those arrows and stuff for this guy. I've got a ton of poison in storage. Poison ammo. So, poison arrow. We need 7 of these. 7. And 7 of the other ones. Oh, well thank you, Randy. And we need a poison bolt. We need 7 of those. So that's it. We've got his junk ready. Oh, you only wanted 10. You're kidding me. You only wanted 10. Ah, well. We'll sell them anyway. Yeah.
Hey!
No, it said 70. It said I only have 10. Doesn't it? How is that, guys? Let me see. Let me go into this for a moment. I did something wrong, did I? Ah, I only did 10. Silly me. Yeah. It's me, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I just pushed 1 by accident. There it is. There we go. Now we're done. Yeah, there we go. Now. Okay, I'll run through this real quick. And we're just working on my little spot. And we just got some more flowers to put in. So I'll be able to squeeze a stream out of it. Just about. Oh, no problem. I know you've been busy, Randy. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, what's this? What are we lacking on here? What's giving us hassle in production? Tavern. Always with the tavern. Oat beer. Oh, we're running out of hops. Okay. We'll switch back over to mead, guys. Yeah. See, this is how I do it. You know, you run out of hops and mead and you're giving one a kind of break. So back over to mead. Oh, sorry about this, guys. It won't take me a moment. Yeah, we just keep it down to 50%. It's been nice about this. And we'll go into the other tavern as well. And we'll get that out of the way. And we'll pop that up to 50% maybe. Won't make a difference anyway. I'm kind of Groundhog Daying this season. Now, halfway through a 9-day stretch. Ooh. Last day off. Oh yeah, you always need more mead. Now let me just save this. There we go. So yeah, this is what we've been doing on this, Randy. This is the last section. This is my little home. We're working on this last one here. Anything you see in yellow, that's been placed by hand, but probably thousands of those items. Kind of pushed in. Right, now let's see if we can get through this. This is one big settlement. This is mostly our miners' houses along here. Yeah, the amount of junk I put in here. Unbelievable. Just down here. I will be doing a cleanup on this last season as well, so you see all that junk? I'll be getting rid of that. You know, obviously the back entrance here. Like 4 or 5 roads going in here. Most of our orchards will be down here. And this is where I'm working on the last section here. It's just a matter of putting in the flowers. That's our apple orchard in there. Here we have our hops here. It would take about an hour, let's say, to show this properly. There's that much in here. And we just got 4 buildings here. This is probably my favorite little area here. It looks kind of natural, doesn't it? Yeah, this is... I don't know why. I think it reminds me of something, Randy. From my childhood. Yeah, we'll be cleaning that up later. Getting the last cleaning in. I've gone with 3 major ones here as well. Yeah, it's kicking some memory, I think. I think I know which one as well. It was during the late 70s. There was some old houses getting destroyed, but it would have been outside a large military barracks from probably the late 1800s. What am I talking about? Probably the mid 1800s. And I was just a kid. Well, that would have been probably the mid 70s. So I'd been more maybe 6 or 7 or 5 maybe. But it had a really kind of that kind of look. That old stone kind of look. Yeah, I think it reminds me of that. Yeah, so storage here and all of the other junk. Which will be coming in here shortly. We'll go to every little section, we'll clean it out and we'll see if there's any tiny improvements we can make. But we gotta finish the other things outside first. So yeah, we'll easily get 6 hours on this. And then of course this is our animal pens, which will have to be cleaned up as well. We've got sheep, we've got cows, we've got horses, we've got donkeys, we've got pigs, we've got cattle. We've got it all. Yeah, it didn't turn out too bad on this one. So as we go down here, yeah, it's all that junk, isn't it? Yeah, there's the orchards. This is our little park, which will need one last cleanup. Just kind of recreational park. Another thing here, of course. And then as we go around, we've got our double tavern here. Probably took the most work. Which definitely needs a cleanup. Yeah, all placed by hand, all of that junk. On both of them. We have a ton of houses here, and we've probably got our main fields here. Yeah, you probably best see them from here. Yeah. So that's basically where all the, oats and rye come in. That creates all the feed and all the other stuff. And then you've got our windmill over there. Oh, hang on, there's a kind of production area. Yeah, well, basically we have our kitchens and production area. Oh, hang on, wrong direction. Wrong direction. Yeah, it would easily take an hour to run around this properly. Each house, it's all decorated like this. You know, all this ton of junk, anything in yellow has been placed by hand, you know, just to fill it up. And then we have our kitchens out here, double kitchen kind of thing. And of course, let me get here again this way. And that's, well, we do all the pottery and stuff in here. Again, a lot of this stuff placed by hand here. Oh yeah, this thing here. And how you plan out a town build. Absolutely. Yeah, cult is not bad. It all depends. Being a cult member, not really, but being the head of the cult might be okay. Oh yeah, this I kinda like here. Yeah, this is where I did the donkey shelter here. It's nice and compact. And this is where all the stalls are here. It's where we do all the buying and selling. Yeah, the donkey shelter, yeah. Once I get the cleanup on it, it will look a lot better. You couldn't do it every season, madness. But now that I'm staying in this season, the game is done, I will give it a cleanup. This worked out quite well. Remember, this was a wide open space. So I think it just blends perfectly on this. And this would be our main wheat crop here. The market, yeah. Oh, you don't really need that many, but it looks kind of okay. And then, of course, we've got this. We've got our little mill running here. So I went out of my way to fill all the small bits. This is kind of ruining it for me here, but as I said, I will be doing one cleanup. I didn't do it every season because it's pointless, obviously. Yeah, another one of the little farm sheds here. So, all we need to do now is let them finish their work here. Whoa, we gotta finish the last of our little shopping run, isn't it? Come back and then I'll do the flowers I missed. I'll leave it to summer because, you know, as I said, all the flowers bloom in summer, so I can see the kind of color scheme. And yeah, we should be finished. The stream actually, even though I thought I'd struggle to get 4 hours, it might go a little bit longer, but I'll definitely finish on this one. So we better hurry it up. Let's load again so we can save some time. We'll finish our little shopping run, of course. And yeah, we'll see if we can finish. And we'll scoot through it pretty quick. Oh, there's not much more. Well, there's no planning I've got to do, really. Just fill a few flower pots and maybe a tiny little bit here and there. We'll see if we can make minor improvements. But at this stage, more, you know, more is kind of less, really. I've kind of done all I can do with it, you know. But it looks really cool on the at winter, actually. It's got a real Christmas vibe. On Xbox, we have no way of doing a proper thumbnail, which would be nice, you know, if you could take a screenshot and do a thumbnail. But with the new consoles coming out that, let's say, have more, well, better actually, you know, you should be able to do it on that. Yeah, it looks pretty decent. Now it's quick for us actually just to load it up. And we'll get on our little shopping trip and we'll finish. So, we did everything, guys, as far as... Where was it? Yeah, we did do Gostovia. Yeah. The Steam machine looks good, although the VRAM is kind of turning. I don't know. Well, either way, it will put a fire under Microsoft's backside to maybe start improving their hardware, which has been lacking since the very beginning. You know, what they said they're going to do with the next generation, they should have done it 10 years ago, Randy. You know, it might be for Microsoft a case of too little, too late, kind of thing. You know, but it doesn't really suit where they want to bring their business. To be honest, they want to push as many people as they can over to the cloud. But if they want to stay relevant, they're gonna have to kind of compete with Steam. So in response, I think on the new console, you know how in No Man's Sky and other online multiplayer games that you gotta buy that stupid Game Pass, let's say, to see people. I think they're doing away with that. Yeah, because Steam won't have it, and obviously everybody will buy the Steam machine instead of Microsoft one. So, it's dropped that little kind of toxic thing that I had. But this is the thing with competition. It's always good for the consumer, you know. Yeah. The problem with Microsoft, which is kind of ironic for a company that built its fortune on software, the stuff they implement, it's pretty nasty. Nobody likes Windows 11. 10 they've pretty much abandoned, which has caused a good few people to move to Linux. Linux for gaming would outperform it, But you got to remember what Microsoft is. Remember, gaming is just their little side gig, So the problem with Windows is the usual. They're trying to push stuff on you don't want, and it's using up a lot of computing power and stuff, and taking it from what you really want to use it on. Let's say gaming and stuff, and interrupting you. It's pushing Copilot and AI and a ton of other stuff, and OneDrive as well, which Linux would be more tailor-made to the gaming experience. Now, you can't use, obviously, another operating system on the Xbox. Or you can't even use a search engine out from theirs. It's ridiculous. The search engine Chrome that they have is rubbish. But apparently on the new one, you'll be able to use something different. Yeah. Absolutely. But, this cloud gaming thing, I looked into it. And it's pretty much like cell phones. You've got to play for cloud gaming, obviously, you get your games. But they give you on a lot of time every month, Randy. And if you go past that time, they crucify you with charges. So it is literally what I said, where you're renting games, pay to play. You're owning zero, and they just keep getting revenue from you non-stop. But imagine all the time I spent in Skyrim, how much that would cost me. It is, and it's janky as well. But that's not the real concern. Even if they manage to do that, they're giving you 100 hours for X amount of money. Then when you go over that, it's almost like an overdraft. It starts, piling up on you. And then obviously, the real kind of cruncher is when there's not much else left, only that. Then they'll jump the price up massively, just like they did on Game Pass. Yeah. Just like they did on Game Pass. But it's a pretty dim future if this cloud gaming thing, starts off. Sony want a piece of it as well. They all do. But from what I can see, and I'm no fan of any corporation, but I would say Steam would be the lesser of all the evils in this case. It's the only company that really stands in their way. Now, let me just light this up, guys. Now, But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. But I'll look more into the Steam machine. You know, if there's a way to upgrade the RAM they have, that would definitely be my option. You know, I pretty much had enough of Microsoft. Oh, way better. Yeah, really on console, you know, you're really paying above and beyond. Even some of the games you're paying $50 for on console are sometimes free on Steam, or if not, like $7, $8, $10. You know. Yeah, my sons are always saying that to me. Yeah. In my, well, I don't know, what do I know, but I do know that the Xbox X Series has 10, I think 10 gigabytes of VRAM. This Steam machine to play games, let's say from Steam, only has 8. Now, of course, they could have it, let's say, more optimized on the Steam machine. You know, maybe Linux can carry most of the work or whatever the case may be. And then setting a certain standard, I suppose. You know, guys could kind of work around that. But at best, you're just going to get the same. So, if there was a system where they came out with another one as well, let's say, you know, where it was upgraded a lot, or if there was a way to add more RAM, you know, which would be very important to me because it's a lot got to do with the amount of stuff and the graphics and the rendering, I think. But they kind of had no choice because the amount of cost. A lot of people will be looking into the cost. You know. Like, people are expecting, you know, oh yeah, they'll come out with the consoles for 500. Never gonna happen. It's yeah. Yeah, well, you'll get away with 10 on this, but I think across laptops, I think the kind of standard was about 16, wasn't it? Yeah, 15, 16 on laptops, which they said they're rolling that back to 8. So we're not actually progressing forward, they're getting less. Yeah, they're thinking about rolling that back to 8 to work on the 8. Don't know how that's gonna work. I suppose they'll say they'll back it up with AI and charge you a subscription for that one. Yeah, but it's not going to come in at 500. Like, even Microsoft, let's say, when they said they were taking a loss, you know, they were charging that, and they said they were taking a loss. And Microsoft were getting, you know, when they were selling that, they were making their money on ripping people off on games, which Steam can't do. And then let's say if Steam if Steam tries to attack someone into their ecosystem, which they really don't want to do. They're controlling 70% of it anyway. You know, they don't want to do the console thing. Even if they were to take a loss, because the Steam machine can do other stuff, you know, that could be abused a lot. You know, you might buy that and just use it as a PC and never buy junk from Steam, you know. So they would be hammered. So they would have to set it at least cost, you know, or maybe get a, well, if they want it to be viable, they will have to make some kind of profit, you know, obviously, to kind of deal with the little bumps and stuff. So I'm guessing, oh my good God, I'm guessing the Steam machine will be anywhere from $1,000 to $1,200. That's just my guess, you know. But I think the other consoles will be roughly the same. And you'll still have the benefit, let's say, on Steam of them been pretty decent keeping their word and not doing, let's say, the kind of stuff that Microsoft would do. To promise one thing and then only within a matter of weeks to do a complete 360. and as you said, the way cheaper games and stuff. You know. Yeah, yeah. Best case scenario, I think, and this is only my, especially with Steam. Remember that they won't be able to subsidize this. They'll have to work at some kind of profit. But it really depends on the RAM that they're buying. You know, even if they have a stockpile, that will run out pretty quick. So Steam have to be very careful here. But I'm guessing it could fall anywhere between 1,000 and 1,500. But let's say we'll give it an average. You know, maybe 1,000 to 1,200. You know. But to be honest, I think that's what the other consoles will be as well. This is why, you know, when you're looking at well, they're not really consoles anymore, really, are they? But if you were a console player to give $1,000 for a Steam machine, and even if you're only playing, you know, one game a month that you were buying, with what you would save from the games on Steam, you would get it back pretty quickly. And I'm sure the controllers cannot be worse than the ones in Microsoft. I'm playing with a controller here that would cost maybe $180 to $200, and I really can't get them to work for any more than 3 months. So, you know, their hardware is pretty much rubbish. Now the console, they're okay, but the X series, the hard drive, let's say, for playing physical games, that's rubbish. And that will break down after playing a few games, or bug out in some way. Where are we going from here? Yeah, okay, we'll see if we can get this done.
Ev, how can I help you?
Now, this was the next one, wasn't it? Yeah, that was the next one. Yeah, well, I've seen the Steam controllers. They look a bit complicated. But if you're into that kind of... it's kind of like a mouse and a controller. Not the prettiest thing, but they're using some kind of magnetic connectors on those. The stuff that Microsoft should have been using for a long time. So they'll last a long time, you know, without giving up. You know, the kind of drift that you would get, and buttons sticking and wearing out because of the cheap plastic stuff they've been putting into it. Well, I think they're doing some kind of magnetic system on those. So they'll be pretty decent. But as you said, who knows until it comes out, you know, and gets sorted out.
How can I help you?
It's going to be interesting to see the pricing. Yeah, but from what I know, let's say from what my sons are telling me, the controllers are pretty decent, you know, on Steam. Yeah, that's where they make the money. Well, Steam themselves, let's say, getting the 30% commission from any game sold on their platform, that's where they would really make the money. The other stuff would be, well, they're just probably protecting their interests. I know that, let's say, 70% of all games would go through Steam, and the other companies have been crying that this is a monopoly. Well, it does kind of sound that way until you look at it a little closer. You know, it's not literally a monopoly because there's plenty of other people, you know, with their platforms selling games. You know, there's Microsoft, there's Sony, there's Nintendo, there's GOG, there's Ubisoft. I could go on forever. The reason, most likely, that they're getting 70% of the traffic is because they're probably the best platform out there. Probably the most consumer friendly, you know, which wouldn't be too high of a bar, let's say, to get over on the other companies. So basically they've become number one at that just by doing nothing. Not from what they've done, but from what the toxic stuff that other companies have done. Yeah, it's like if there's 10 stores in your area, Randy, and let's say they've all got pretty much the same items, but in 9 of the stores, let's say, your weekly shop would come to, let's say, 500, but on one store, for the exact same items, your weekly shop was more like 300. So, in a situation like that, I think most people would go to the shop, let's say, where, you know, they were getting the same stuff way cheaper. So I think that's why they're getting the volume, just because, you know, it's the best option. Not that I go to bat for Steam or any corporation, but I would say in this case the lesser of all the evils. Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. And the reason they can do this is, you know, they're a privately owned company. So you've got one guy, you know, kind of running it. And, you know, but I'm sure that, you know, their decision, let's say, to run with that again. Yeah, I do know the first time from what I've read about it, when they tried this before, a lot of things were not in place. Linux would have been up to standard. And they tried to, you know, get the games like consoles are doing on their platform. And the devs wouldn't go with that. You know, they'll have to go with Windows, which is the vast majority of games are done with. So, now they're taking the approach of they've got a better operating system, they've probably got a better, they've learned a lot, probably got a better kind of a hybrid PC console kind of thing. They've got better hardware, and instead of going with you've got to run it on our platform, they're saying here's your console hybrid thingy. You can play Microsoft on it, you can go with us, you can pretty much, you know, put any operating system, open source kind of thing on it. So, you know, that kind of thing. And because you can use Linux on it and play the games from Steam, because they're way cheaper and you're probably treated a lot better, don't know if they'll put in the custom that way. You know, the way they should have probably done it the first time. Yeah, pretty much all towns are like that. No.
Best goods in the valley.
That's it, getting rid of this junk.
Goodbye.
We'll probably have to sleep here and then we'll do the last ones.
Hello there. My wares never disappoint. See you around.
Yeah, what time is it anyway? Yeah, I've been looking a lot into it. I find the whole thing pretty interesting. Learned a good few things, to be honest. How the kind of system works. But if you're talking about monopolies, the production sale of RAM for computers and phones and stuff, that's definitely a monopoly. 93% of that is controlled by just 3 companies. And Samsung actually is the biggest one, 46%, with Micron with 27, and then HK Linux would be 20 something percent, and then there's some minor players that would make about 7%, and that's it really. We do know Samsung is a waste of time. They won't supply their own company with RAM because they're selling to AI, so they're not going to supply to the consumers. Micron has made a statement saying that they're stopping all of that and they're just concentrating on AI, which leaves one guy. And it's only a matter of time, you know, before that goes sideways. But it won't get much worse, I'm guessing, you know, in January. But Samsung has said for the guys that are supplying that are already tied up in a contract with, obviously, and that they're kind of, you know, lawfully have to finish. And they said they're going to, I don't know how this is going to work, upgrade, or let's say, what's the word I'm looking for? to raise the prices by 100%. I wonder how that's going to work, guys, to renegotiate your contract. Maybe there was a clause or something in it. That's going to hit a lot of people. Nvidia's one would usually, well, always put RAM, let's say, on their chips and some other stuff. They want to stop doing that, which apparently has led to a 50% drop in motherboard sales. So yeah, it's gonna get bad. Oh yeah, it's like I seen a guy on YouTube, and he went into some store. I think it was some, I don't know if it was like Walmart or something, but it was some big store that's into selling this stuff in the US, and there was X amount of RAM that was for sale. I don't know if it was 120 gigabytes or something, but that's immaterial. Let's say it was 120 megabytes, and it said on sale, $1,500, $499. Okay, that was on sale for that. And he picked it up and he was looking at it, and the original price before this RAM thing, happened, to kind of blocked it out with a black marker, but you could still see the original price. So before this RAM stuff happened, we want to sell it all to AI. Remember, it was on sale for $1,500. The original price of this before the RAM went up because of this AI craze, $722. That was the full price for RAM, $722. Not, just maybe a few months ago. And now it's on sale for more than double of what it was. Gross, isn't it? It absolutely is. There should be a way to punish these companies after, because if this is the bubble, I think it is, and it bursts, these guys will come crawling back, But what can you do? There should be a way to punish these guys, for what they're doing. And the stores as well, for what they're doing. But I was watching that on YouTube. Yeah, they had it pretty badly blocked out with black marker. Yeah. No, unfortunately. It's a supply and demand thing, Randy. I could have this stick here, yeah? And let's say the average price of a stick is $1. Well, there's no law saying that I couldn't try and get $1,000 for that. Yeah, that's just how it is. There's no set price on a profit. Now, the only way you could do a class action lawsuit, if there was some kind of conspiracy to maybe artificially create a scarcity, but proving that is almost impossible. No, they're pretty much going to get away with it. Yeah, well, Steam is in a unique position. I know making RAM is a pretty complicated system, Randy. The process has to be 100%, or the amount of rejects you would get from it would be not worth it. So, not only is it an expensive kind of system, but it's a highly skilled and very finely tuned system. They've been using a certain procedure, let's say, to do it. I think it was Microsoft or Sony invested in their company, and then they got kind of scared and pulled out, unfortunately. So they missed the boat on that one, and now they've got to pay the hard way. Yeah. Now you're getting it. Now you're getting it, Trav. Yeah. If you have all the sticks, you can pretty much charge what you want. There's no law against, capitalism or the free market. But, you can punish them, if you want to. But it's kind of hard if they're the only guys selling. We did that here once, Randy, in the 70s, actually. There was a crisis as well. I think it was the OPEC crisis. That would have been the 70s. But then, food started rocketing sky high. Uh, in a matter of a few months, it went up by about 700%. So everyone got on the skanking bandwagon. The government did intervene and made it illegal. And what they did was there was a certain profit you could make, although that does interfere with, you know, trade and stuff like that. And it had to be printed on that item, so you couldn't charge more than it was printed on that. That was a crime. But once things smoothed over again, obviously, they got rid of that law again, and we're almost back there again. The only way to stop it would be, and it's a bitter pill for people to take, and I think it's an overreach by government as well, Randy. There's certain things would have to be socialised. I mean 100% socialised. Now, socialism is not the answer to everything. Socialism can stifle certain things. But if you've got companies controlling the resources of a country and selling it back to you in dribs and drabs, I think in some instances, you would need a certain amount of socialism where the government themselves would have to take things into their own hands. But they don't have the will to do that. Absolutely, Yes, yes, but that's not very popular with governments, Trav, because these corporations are the ones that would, let's say, be very, very generous when it comes to election time with their donations. So it would be pretty much like biting the hand that feeds you, even though, let's say, you've been hired by someone completely different, which is the general public, to work in their interests, you know. So, yeah, that's only the way it seems like to me. And this is just my opinion. I'm not saying it's true, and, just my thing, That's the way greed usually works. Yeah, yeah. But, you got to think to yourself, Randy, are they even really paying tax at this stage? Between the subsidies they're getting from the taxpayer, they're getting their workers to be, their wages to be subsidized by the taxpayer because they're getting so little, and they're getting so many tax breaks and stuff like that. Are they even really paying? I think there might even be some companies there that are actually making a profit, from doing it. Like, take for instance, the likes of, let's say, Walmart or McDonald's. You know, here, let's say, McDonald's employees, the minimum wage here, I think the best wages would be, let's say, in the likes of the Nordic countries, where I think a worker at McDonald's would get something like $20 an hour. About 20 euros an hour or something, or 19 euros an hour, and that would be considered minimum wage. I think here, like, it's something like 15 or 16 or 17. You get a ton of holidays and sick leave, and if you come in with a sick note, you'll get paid, and all of the perks, and all of that kind of thing. Obviously, with the laws we have here. But when you get to a country or a state, let's say, where you can get someone to work for minimum wage, $6 or $7 or whatever the case may be, a lot of people, would have to take that. It wouldn't be enough to live on, so obviously then they would have to apply for some kind of social assistance, and the government would have to step in, and the money from that would come from the taxpayer. So basically, if you get someone working for McDonald's or Walmart or whatever the case may be, if you're getting so little wages from them, and the government is taking the tab for the rest, you are actually paying part of the wages of these workers. You know what I mean? So, that doesn't seem fair. Which brings me back to what I think it was Roosevelt said. If a company cannot afford, or if a company cannot pay their workers a decent living wage, they have no business setting up their company in the US. Yeah, you can check on that one. I think it was Roosevelt, wasn't it? And he's quite right. You know what I mean? If your company is paying something that you can't live in, what's the point, in working for that company? But if you think that a corporation or an employer will pay you according to your worth, you are sorely mistaken. Yeah, it doesn't work that way. They will not. They will go out of their way to pay you as little as they possibly can. And it gets to the stage where the taxpayer will have to, pick up the tab. Government subsidy, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, the system here, Trav, is we've got free healthcare here. Now, I know free healthcare in a lot of countries get a bad rap, but in my opinion, and it's just my opinion, I've been through the private healthcare system, Trav, and I've been through the public healthcare system, and here I see no difference. I don't know what it's like in other countries, but if you're a mega private corporation selling medical insurance and you're basically scamming everyone, obviously you're going to put out as much propaganda as possible to kind of sour people off from let's say public healthcare, Yeah, I'm not familiar with the healthcare in Canada. I heard it was actually pretty decent. Yeah. But there's even free travel here. I can get free travel. Like, I can travel anywhere around the country as long as it's public transport system. The trains, the trams, no taxis, obviously. Trains, trams, buses, anything that's run by a government subsidized company. Is it even the case in some instances? Because here we have one tax, Trav, but a lot of people from the US have been telling me that they've got to pay 3 or 4 different taxes, where you've got federal taxes, then you've got this kind of tax, and then you've got another kind of tax. Yeah. But let's say if all of those taxes were put together, and then let's say your healthcare costs and some of the other stuff, I wonder how it would work out. And then, of course, let's say the cost of living as well. So you'd have to take that into account. I do know that a lot of the products that we have here, medicines and stuff, would come from US companies. And they sell them here for less than 10% of what they want for them in the US. The likes of, some of the medications that they have. No, here is just one tax. That's it. It's tax on your wages. End of story. If you have a business, it's tax and VAT. It's called value-added tax. But yeah, it can get as high as 40% here. But if you take all the other benefits in and that, so, I do know here, even today, that one guy working full-time can support himself and his family, and, in the least paying job, and, have a reasonable life. He's not going to be going jet-setting or going on any Switzerland holidays or anything. But, he won't be starving, Yeah, it shouldn't really. Yeah, it shouldn't. but I remember it's been a long time since I was in the workforce. Let's say most of the time for most of my career, I did my own thing. But the way it used to be, and it probably still is now. I remember, let's say, about 4 or 5 days before Christmas, we get that off, and we come back in January. We get 2 weeks, I think, paid holiday. Um, every bank holiday, every national holiday, we get that off. We paid for that as well. And we would earn, I think, 2 or 3 weeks holidays as well that we could kind of save or whatever, take it off when we wanted. So we probably got about maybe 6 to 8 weeks paid leave, I suppose. You know, yeah. Hmm. Well, in every country, let's say in major cities, it is more expensive to live, um, especially in Dublin because most of the infrastructure, let's say when it came to uh, government, was kind of done there. But over the last 3 or 4 decades, they've been kind of spreading it out as much as possible, because of that. So, yeah, it's like, let's say, if you want an apartment in New York, it's going to be really expensive. But then, let's say, if you want some kind of accommodation, let's say that's in maybe 500 miles away, maybe, out from the hustle and bustle, it'll be much, much cheaper. Yeah, this is a kind of supply and demand thing, really. You know. Yeah, depending on where you want to live. But trust me, the system that any country has, including ours, is not perfect. We've got politicians that shouldn't be in place, and we've got corporations kind of pushing as well. But for the best part, anyway, we've managed to kind of hold them back a bit. I do know the government would negotiate prices and stuff for them, and I do know, well, here your medication is free. Um, how could I put this? Unless you're on a really fantastic wage, you will then be charged for your medication. But there's a cap on that. I think no matter how much money you're making, there's still a cap. I think after €1,000 or something a year, the rest is free, regardless of your money. I'm not quite sure. Yeah, because it's been a while since I've been in that system. In Vancouver, yeah. I don't even know what the prices are here now, to be honest. But they've probably calmed down a bit, yeah. There is a cap on that kind of thing, yeah. I collect a lot of medication, but the pharmacists have put a little surcharge on every item. It's like $1.50. So I've got to get 4 medications. So every month it would cost me $6. But that's not going to the government. That's going to the greedy pharmacists. But I'd imagine the medication will probably cost maybe 300 or 400. And that's by our prices. Probably the same medication in the US would probably cost closer to maybe 1,500. Yeah, pretty much the same here. Yeah, some kind of argument I had with the government or something, but they were allowed to do it. I think it's €1.50 per item. I get 4, so it's usually 6. But there's a cap on that, Randy. Yeah, there's even a cap on that. 15 euros. Yeah, that's all they can take from you in a month. I think it's 15. Yeah, after that they've got to give it out for free. They can't even charge on that. Yeah. Yeah. 15 euros a month. So if you get 10 items, and you've got to pay $1.50 or €1.50, and there is a law set in place that's it. That's all you're getting from that person. 15 euros a month. So worst case scenario, you can be on medication for life, no matter how expensive it is. Obviously, depending on your wage, which is pretty generous, let's say, how much they'll allow you to earn. And your house doesn't make a difference. Yeah. The house you're living in doesn't matter if it's worth 50 million. And that's your house. That's not taken into consideration. Your savings can be, to a certain extent. I think for a married couple, if you have more than 40,000 or something, I think, yeah. If you have if you have more than 40,000 in savings, that's taken into account. Your visits to your doctor, your GP, they're free. But I'd want to look into it again. You know, eye care is free. They'll give you the lenses and they'll give you basic frames. But if you want fancy frames, you're going to have to pay for them. They'll give you the kind of Buddy Holly, Miss Doubtfire frames. But the lenses and all of that, the glass, that's all free. Dentist, you'll get a couple of cleanings and up to 2 extractions and some other work done, I think. Anything out from that, you've got to pay again. But the basic stuff is there.
One family, one village. We're not small, we're consistent.
Emergency visits, all that, free. Ambulance, free. Intensive care, all of that stuff, free. I think we've been here, guys, haven't we?
How are you? Best goods in the realm. I have a feeling that even
Like
I know
about
better things.
5 years ago, I think. Just before I started streaming on Mixer. Yeah, I think it would have been. Not long after my injury. I was at a funeral mass and I collapsed outside. But apparently when we got to the bottom of it, it was just exhaustion. Because I wasn't getting much sleep, you know. On the Ideas Day, yeah. But yeah, I hit the ground like a ton of bricks. But within 7 minutes, there was an ambulance there. Got me in, stabilized me, rushed me to the city. I spent 2.5 days in intensive care. I seen about 3 specialists. One of the guys was from Belgium, I think. That was it, yeah. Didn't cost me a penny. Cost me 0. It's probably a system, let's say, you know, that's been kind of, you know, well, nobody would like to pay for someone else's healthcare. That I can understand. But the kind of system that runs here, it's like people pay into a system, okay, and it's meant to take care of them when they get older, you know, that kind of system. And then they benefit from it when they're older, or their kids will benefit. And it's kind of like a community savings funds kind of thing. Now, can there be any shenanigans going on? Can people abuse the system? Yeah, it's very, very possible. But it's a tiny minority of people which they're tracked down, and yeah, they're pretty harshly punished, you know, for doing stuff like that. But it is for the greater good, in my belief, you know. And I'm not just saying that, you know, I've seen the systems in other places. So I've got something to compare with, you know. Yeah. But I can't see any country going full socialist being a success. And there's too many pitfalls in something like that. What we need to do is we need to look at all forms of government and, you know, look at the history of it, pick all the nice pieces, kind of push them all together. You need a certain amount of socialism, especially in vulnerable areas, you know. And you should never let government overreach as well, you know, which tends to be happening in a lot of countries in Europe, you know. But yeah, let's say if you do in some countries mention socialism, they'll go back to kind of extreme examples. The likes of maybe, let's say, Germany in the 1930s and 40s. So basically you're thinking to yourself, okay, if you want a certain kind of government, if someone in the past had that kind of government and did bad things, that means that whole system is no good, which doesn't really make sense. You know what I mean? You know, it's pretty much like saying if you're of a certain religion and your religion, you know, committed some crimes, or people in its name committed some crimes 400 years ago or 1,000 years ago, you know, that's you're null and void as well. But socialism would not suit corporations, you know, because you would have to pay someone a decent living wage, and it would probably cut it into maybe 60 to 70% of the profits of corporations. And if you've been on top for so long, and you've got so much power, well, you know, then you're not going to really like a situation, I suppose, like that. Now, I'm not saying I'm right, it's just my opinion on it. But all I'm saying is, you know, that I can't see the sense in a situation where, take Randy for instance, she works in the healthcare system. She goes, she does her work, she pays X amount of taxes, then you got, you know, maybe a police officer does the same, or a bus driver, a lorry driver, a cashier, they all pay X amount of tax. And they're ordinary, decent working folk, right? And then you get a corporation that's paying but a tiny fraction of that, which is, well, let's say, overcompensated for by subsidies and subsidizing the workers from taxpayers' money, where they're probably, if you look into it deep enough, they're not paying anything at all. So, as an individual who makes, let's say, between 50 and 100,000 a year, you've got to take the brunt of companies that are making trillions. Doesn't seem fair. In a socialist system, everyone pays the same. Well, that's how it's supposed to be. Socialism can be abused as well, guys. Any form of government. And I'm not saying going full socialist. What I'm saying is, there's certain vulnerable things we have that we need a certain amount of socialism to keep in check. And I think one of them would definitely be healthcare. Again, I'm definitely not saying I'm right. It's just my opinion. Now, my opinion obviously would be biased because, you know, I'm from a country where, you know, since I was born, that's all I know. You know what I mean? But I did have the opportunity to see other systems, if you know what I mean. So I did at least have something to compare it to. And not just, let's say, and I'm not exactly praising it either. I'm just, you know, saying it like it is. You know. Oh, education as well, of course, yeah. Massive problems happen when you privatize education. If you prioritize profit over education, you're in trouble. Remember, you're educating the next generation. These guys will be our workforce, and these guys will be our future politicians. You know, you're really dumbing down an entire nation, especially over a long period of time. If you add that to propaganda as well, yeah. Now, again, this is perfect for a corporation to have a nice workforce like that. But unfortunately, that backfires after a certain amount of time. You know. But that's it, really. As I said before, if you want to know the system, there's only one word, and, you know, you'll understand it, and that's greed. Yeah. That's it. That's all you need to understand. The whole thing falls into place then. Yeah. You know, as I said, it's just my opinion. Now let me get something to drink. But you see the state of the world because of this. The stress is on normal people, let's say, that have to work way too many hours just to survive. An unbelievable amount of stress. Obviously working so much time as well. not being able to spend it with your family, to bond properly with your kids, your wife, your spouse, you know, that causes problems as well. And then, you know, if you've got no proper social net, let's say, for, let's say, you know, people suffering from depression and stuff like that, you know, letting them roam the streets, not a very good thing either, that kind of stuff. And over time, this just keeps getting worse and keeps getting worse and keeps getting worse. And this is where you'll see social media is a good example, let's say, of the kind of population we have today, where, you know, lots of people would be more interested in, you know, probably lizards living under the ground or aliens coming in on a, you know, some kind of asteroid that's coming in, you know, or, you know, high-profile people drinking kids' blood, you know, that kind of stuff, and these kind of fantasies, I suppose. All good fantasies obviously have a grain of truth, but you know, I think common sense and critical thinking will come into place. Is it possible some of these conspiracy theories are true? Yeah, it is very possible. But you know, if you're a gambling man, you know, you're not going to bet on a horse that's 10,000 to 1, you know, kind of thing. 2 days off. Oh. After taxes, yeah. Working 4 days, yeah. Well, the way it goes with wages, let's say, and how much you're getting, that would really be, let's say, the value of your wages would be exactly how much it's costing you to live as well. Like you could be on 20,000 bucks a week, but if you're living in an area where accommodation, food, and transport is like ridiculously priced, you know, after you've paid your bills, you know, took care of yourself and that, what you have left is the only thing, you know. Yeah, what you're able to kind of squirrel away from that, you know. So, you know.
How is life treating you?
Yeah. Now, let's get this one running. But yeah, I can see everywhere, all over the world, let's say these next few years will be kind of rough. If it's going to pan out like I think it is. The last time I've seen a feeding frenzy like this would have been probably the 70s. It will eventually, obviously, you know, kind of cool down. But there's one thing I've learned, let's say, about stupid price hikes and stuff like that. But even when the factors, or let's say the supposed factors that cause these price hikes kind of stabilize, the prices drop very little, if at all. So once they've got you paying a certain price, they don't really want to drop that price, unless someone comes in, obviously, and undercuts them, you know. But the best thing for us now that could happen, let's say in a lot of ways, is this kind of AI bobo thing pops. So obviously the investors will lose a bum, but that's the risk you take when you do investments. The market then will be flooded again with RAM and stuff like that, and prices will go down. It's only a small thing, but if it keeps going, it will go into a big thing. You know, the prices of everything going up across consumer products, electronics, and stuff like that. That will be taken as a kind of green light for other people to do the same across the food industry, fuel, energy, everything. They'll all use that excuse. Yeah, this is just the latest craze that they're using to justify price hikes. What was it before this, Randy? It was tariffs, then it was the war in Ukraine, then it was the pandemic, then it was another war again. Yeah, it just goes on forever. Yeah, that was an interesting one. Yeah, it's really just an excuse to raise prices. Not that they even need an excuse, because they can legally, charge whatever they want. Free market. But it's just a kind of PR campaign to justify it, so you don't feel too bad. What they want to do is they want to push you as far as they can, right to the stage just before you stop buying their products. And they're kind of doing a little tightrope thing on that. But as Trav said, when they've got all the sticks, that's a problem. Yeah, if you're controlling it all, well, really, you're buying from them or you're not buying at all. We had a similar problem here with auto insurance, Randy. It was ridiculous. Let's say taking inflation into account, a kid of 17 or 18 insuring an automobile. If you take inflation into account, for just a normal small car, you're talking maybe 10 to 15 grand to insure a car. And even adult drivers with spotlessly clean records, 5-6 grand, They were really, this was a golden age of scammers. Then one guy started off his own company. His name was Quinn. And he undercut everyone by about 75%. And then they had to do the same. They had to bring their prices down. And we kind of went back into the golden age. And this guy, in less than a year, became a billionaire, even though he undercut them by 75%. But unfortunately, during the boom, Goldman Sachs days, he over-speculated on real estate and lost his shirt and his company. In comes Liberty Insurance. They buy the company. Within 12 months, they doubled the premiums for no reason, and we're starting getting up there again. Liberty has since sold to Santander, and there seemed to be some kind of Spanish company. So they're kind of controlling. They're not too bad now. And they're keeping the prices, but I'm paying, which I think is too much. If you were to convert it into dollars, maybe about $550, I think. $600 a year. Which, at one stage, I could have getting that for half that cost. But I've been driving for a lifetime. Never had an accident, anything like that, so. But it's it's a big drop. First time people, let's say, getting insurance, it was just not good.
Hello, whatever you need, I've got it. Good luck.
Yeah, well, the problem with a system like that, and yeah, it probably does work out cheap if you look at it at face value, I suppose. Where you get a large corporation coming in and knocking out the little kind of mama and papa stores, What I've seen happen in situations like that is much like the gaming industry, where everything is reasonably cheap and they've got enough people relying on the system and then they jack the price up. There's that to look into. And then let's say, all of the small businesses shutting down. You're seeing lots of local towns, small towns, you know, there wouldn't be a lot of work or whatever the case may be. You see a lot of young people moving away from home, going closer to the cities and working and doing stuff like that. And what these companies will do as well is the stuff that they're selling you, they'll export that in, right? Because it's cheaper. So that would cost a lot of jobs from the country as well. And then over time there's a lot less money, a lot less jobs. The quality of life would vastly drop for a lot of people. And there's a kind of snowball effect then. And this will kind of start off inflation and stuff. It puts a strain on social nets and things like that. And in the beginning, yeah, it's not too bad. But over a few generations, you know what I mean? The kind of the knock-on effect is the best way, you know, to put it. The knock-on effect of something like that will really come back to bite you in the backside, you know. No, I think we just got this in one more and then we're good.
How is life? Best goods in the valley.
Oh yeah, this guy. There we
See
go.
you soon.
Oh, we still got an hour, guys, and if we don't finish, I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll come on for a couple of hours on Christmas Day. Even though I'm not streaming then. We don't finish now.
Hello there.
I should be able to find a time. This is the last one. Yep. Yeah, but you can't blame people for trying to get something cheaper, especially when they're being squeezed so much, Randy. You're trying to make ends meet. It's a kind of situation like where, you know, you'll buy from these stores because it's cheaper and, you know, you've got bills to pay. It's kind of like when they're pushing the climate change thing, you know, they want people to use less fossil fuels and that. But if you're trying to push these rules on a country, let's say, you know, where they're living from day to day and they're not that worried about what's going to happen in 100 years. they're worried about what's going to happen in the next week. Will I have enough to eat? You know, they'll obviously prioritize this, you know. Yeah. Some of the practices they do all right, but it would be all legal, wouldn't it? You know, the kind of stuff they do, or at least the grey area, I suppose. Well, I know I've mentioned it before, but like, you know, the thing with Apple when they were purposely messing up people's phones so they would upgrade. Well, that's kind of stealing and criminal damage as well. But that's acceptable. It's acceptable to the law anyway, at least.
How are you?
It carries apparently a small fine. Yeah, you know. It's illegal for a citizen to walk down the street, snatch someone's cell phone and damage it, and probably going to jail. But a corporation can do it to millions of phones and be fined a tiny percentage of the profits they made from it. But it's not just Apple. Yeah, I wouldn't be just hating on Apple. This is how corporations work. You know, it's just Apple got caught. You know, they pushed it too far in that sense. You remember Apple did not they did not accept responsibility for what they did. They did not admit to it. They just kind of paid the fine to make it go away. So, you know, like a kind of plea deal. LG, yeah. But I was looking at a documentary about the most evasive tech, let's say, that would be tracking you and sending your data, and apparently it's Amazon. and it's the Amazon Fire Stick. Yeah, that little guy, let's say, you know, when they do their updates, you would assume that when they do their updates, they're just updating their own apps. Nah. They're checking out to see what other apps you have. How long you've been watching them. What you've been watching them. You know, how long, what you've been watching. What you've been buying. You know, where you've been going. All of this is sent back. Yeah. Spying. Literally spying on you. On your own property. Yeah. Yeah. And smart TVs as well. They're not much better. But Amazon definitely, they need a smack by the consumer. If anyone ever did. Yeah, I can see dark times for Amazon in Europe at least. With some of the practices they're putting into place. They're starting to preach now to people with Fire Sticks what they can and cannot do with them. Which is their own business, their own property. Yeah, they'll track you on other devices as well. That happened to me once. I think it was on my phone. I checked up a carport on my phone. I think 6 hours later, I was on YouTube on my Xbox, and I got spammed with an ad for a carport. Yeah. Yeah. Now, seems harmless enough, Randy, doesn't it? Because all they want to do is sell you junk. And it's easy to turn a blind eye. But, you know, imagine having that much information on someone. Out from the fact that these people can't protect your information. Anyone can hack in and get that. And all of this information you're storing. Yeah. Yeah. Now, everything you say and do on the internet, that's there forever, basically, you know. Maybe, you know, you might be a kid and you might have tweeted something dumb or whatever the case may be. All that is stored away. So, let's look at this, let's say, from an extreme point of view. So let's say you have an account. You're a 16-year-old kid. Okay? And you say something really bad. Because you're a stupid kid. You know what I mean? And, you know, you've got your IP in that, but, you know, nobody really knows who you are. Which they don't. But, no, certain people know you are because of your IP. And that's done and dusted. Let's say roll on 4 more decades. And let's say you become an important CEO, you're not a kid anymore, or let's say a really well-placed politician. Someone digs up that information that, let's say, could literally end your career because of some stupid thing you might have said. You know, you could extort or blackmail someone with that. You could control them. You know? And that's just, you know, a kind of fantasy thing. A very, very extreme example of collecting information on someone. It's like nobody would wish to be fingerprinted. You know what I mean? Imagine if that was mandatory. You know? Or if you were tracked. You know, stuff like that. It's easy for law enforcement or machines and even AI to make very, very big mistakes. Rare, but possible. Kind of, yeah, in a sense, I suppose. But gathering information is not a big thing. People are pretty willing to give up their information. Even if they just go into a website and they're just Googling something and it says, you know, you gotta accept cookies, they'll accept them, you know, and be tracked. Just for an answer to a question, you know. So, I remember a conspiracy theory coming up that they were putting in trackers in the vaccines. Just said to myself, hang on, Imagine how small a tracker would have to be to go on a vaccine. What kind of tech, what kind of money that would cost. When people are actually giving 1,000, 2,000 for cell phones that do a better job, and they're already being tracked. Or would you consider yourself to be that important that they would spend that much money to track you? No, people give up their information way too easy. Yeah, they wouldn't have to go that far. You would actually pay them to track you. And you do, with your cell phones, and your smart TVs and all that stuff. Yeah. Oh yeah. You're immune if you've got enough money. There is a possibility, let's say, no matter how much money you have, if you're involved with a person, not to know the real intent. Very, very, very possible. Or to be in the wrong place. Or not to be aware of a certain situation. This I can understand. But there can be other certain red flags as well, of course. You know. But all information, especially today, is suspect. And no matter where you get your information from, there's always an angle.
Do you need anything?
Well, again, as I said, there's not much we can do about that one. As I said, we're really not too bad here so far, from what I can see. But yeah, things can change pretty quickly, guys, you know?
Hello.
Very, very quick. Yeah. I've never heard of the Dubai chocolates. I don't think I've heard of that one. Human trafficking is a problem. There's still a lot of countries where that and, well, for want of a better word, slavery is still a thing. Yeah. Well, any business, no matter how gross it is, you know, if there's a lot of money involved, you get a lot of players. You know? It's not about how bad the thing is, it's about how much money you can earn, apparently. Horrible things happen. You know? Horrible stuff. Well, there's one thing I suppose that's set in stone. You know, whether you're talking about politics or you're talking about corporations, whatever. There's one thing that's set in stone. The strong will always benefit from the weak. If you're taking it on average. I'm not saying everyone that's strong or wealthy or in a certain position would do it, but on average I would say it doesn't work out very good, you know. Now, all we gotta do is wait till morning. We can do that little bit of decorating. We've only got a couple of minutes. Yeah, it's pretty natural thing, isn't it, really, Randy, when you think about it? Like, let's just say, if you picked a random person off the street in any city, in any country, and you did this little experiment 1 million times, where you made this guy emperor of the entire planet, where he was in 100%, or she, in 100% control. And you did this experiment 1 million times. How many times do you think you get a person that would be a benefit to mankind? Other than 1,000,000 times. That's why they become powerful, Trav, yeah. Well, not all, but I would say the majority. You know? But I suppose we're in a stage now, let's say in our civilization, where the only way to become powerful is to do such a thing. You know? So human nature, obviously, comes into play a lot. But I've seen people actually in real life, and pretty down to earth, appear to be really decent people, come into small amounts of power and money, and I've seen it literally totally change them from being a decent kind of stand-up person to a creep, you know, an arrogant creep who believes that the world is just there for their benefit. And this is tiny amounts of power. I mean laughable amounts of power and laughable amounts of riches, you know, compared to, you know, massive corporations. So I suppose as humans too we have a flaw. It could be. It could be a mind virus. It's possible. Now we have to do a cleanup as well, don't we? This is something we have to do on this season. We can do this until we can sleep. We'll need to clear every section. Yeah, this is the last season. I'll be finishing up on this season. Is it time to sleep yet? Oh, perfect. But for most of us in life will be normal. Lots of these things, I suppose, wouldn't really affect us a lot. Yet. You know? Now, we start to clean up. And this is the very last time I'll be doing this, obviously. Well, actually, it's the first time because we're staying on this season whenever I do my little tour. This will need to be fixed up, obviously. So we just start cleaning out every section. Not bad. Just go section by section. As somebody who used to dabble and rub elbows with politicians, it's clear who is in for personal gain. It's not even a full percentage that are in it to do good. Yeah. Well, my belief is, I don't know how popular this one is, to climb the ladder, let's say, to get real power, especially in politics, where you're in a position, let's say, to create policies and stuff for the betterment of your citizens. It's like a corrupt organization where you've got to kind of like commit crimes to climb the ladder when they've got something on you. So you've got to play their game. And, well, basically then, you know, it's all over. I do believe there's politicians that get in there to try to change the system from within, so to speak. The problem is, what usually happens is the system will change them. And if anyone does get to the stage where they can make real, lasting change, they've already done stuff, let's say, that would corrupt them, or at least would keep them beholden, you know, to other people who want things to be status quo, you know. That's my belief. So I think it's impossible to change the system from within. The system would have to be rewritten. The system would have to start from scratch. But that's just my opinion, you know. You would have to make sacrifices. Yeah, you would. Yeah, definitely have to. That's how these systems stay in place, obviously. Of how insane it's gotten behind the doors. Ah. Well, I would say a lot of that, Randy, would be... How could I put this? When people get fed up of... And you can't blame them, guys, of the way the system has been run, with the same kind of people all the time, with no change. They'll say, okay, well, we'll go with this guy. We know he's a bit loud and he's saying some crazy things and stuff. But the problem is, you know, you can actually elect someone that's not of sound mind. Or at least, you know, it leaves the deception doors open. We've seen this in history, actually, you know. It's a common thing here as well. I've seen corporations change their name here when they've burned out customer confidence, and I think by changing the colouring on a packet and the name, that they'll just start off again. Yeah. It's a system that's been there since time began. You know. We'll never change people, right? That's not going to happen. I think that would be the wrong approach. But what we need to do is we need to change policy. And this wouldn't be the first time that, let's say, you know, people got together and said this system is just not working. We'll sit down, we'll figure it out, and we'll find the best system that's as fair as can be for everyone. And I suppose the last time that was done, let's say in spades, would be the US Constitution by the Founding Fathers. You know, times were pretty grim then. But that policy and those rules set in place, let's say, would have been the best case scenario at that time. You know? But times change. You know? And problems change. I'm sure there's a lot of problems that the US is facing now that the Founding Fathers couldn't have even imagined, you know, would happen. So, you can't be future-proof, too, in something like that. Purely decorative. It does actually serve a little bit. I can actually take a bath here. If you get too dirty, vendors won't talk to you, or you can't take the kind of wagon thing from town to town, but you can actually take a bath. So it does have a kind of practical use. Just like this. But mostly decorative, yeah. These look really, really ugly, so they need to be removed whenever I do my little settlement tour. And only then will I be happy that I've properly finished this. We've got to get the flowers as well. But yeah, I'm happy enough with this. Yeah, we just clean out every little section, make sure it's presentable. I'm just doing the smaller areas first, and we're gonna hit through the middle. Something like our constitution, let's say that was, I think it was 1922. Yeah, they covered a lot of stuff, but there's a lot of stuff that I didn't see coming, guys. You know, how could they? That was well over a century ago. Problems change. That's why it's really, really important to have a system in place and the people that you elect to be working in your best interests. And instead of trying to make amendments to laws and regulations, God, that benefit the people that they want to do, they should be benefiting the majority. Oh, there's something I never put on that. That's weird. I can't believe I missed that. We'll come back and get that in a moment. Just clear up this old spawn. I think I'll just... Guys, I'm nearly sure, guys, I put a bucket of water on that. Okay, we'll put another one. That in a moment. Almost have this little one done. We'll leave you there. We'll just clean out this junk. I thought I'd get this junk. But you know, it's very easy, let's say, to pick apart certain things, but to change something into a kind of working thing, ooh, oh, that would be the hard one to do. That's not bad. Yeah, that's weird. I thought I had something on that. Okay. Well, we've pretty much finished this one here, so let's hop over and I'll grab some junk. We can do the flowers down the side here now. But yeah, the way I see that my time going here, I'll probably have another hour, hour and a half in this. But it'll be a nice excuse on Christmas Day for me to drop in and do a little bit of this and, you know, have a little chat. Right. Oh, keep going anyway, we'll get our 6 hours. I'd say we go with the classic bucket of water, guys. I think will be more than enough. Well, I'll just get this now before I forget about it. Yeah, it's going to take a while even to clean this out, but this will be the first and only time we need to do so. Getting rid of that junk there, you know. That kind of stuff. Getting it all out of the way. It would be cool if you could kind of stop that from happening, but yeah, that would be a lot. You know, to go messing with that mechanic. It does, yeah. When it's in storage, wonder. I think about 12.5% a year, or season. Some things up to 25% in the season, I think. But mine get used up pretty much. But if you check a box in on the customization on this, you can dump stuff out on the ground that never goes off. I had to do it here because of the decoration I've been doing outside. So if you take it, let's say at a certain season, and just dump it out on the ground, it will never go off. But you gotta tick a box. Yeah, you gotta tick a box in the customization for that. But yeah, food will go off. But when you tick that box, it will still even go off if you've got it on a container on your person. But if you throw it out on the ground, no, it'll never go off. But that's there, let's say, so you can kind of freely decorate. I forgot to do it and had to redo a lot of decoration because of it. We need to get something. Okay, one moment, guys. What do you need? Now, let's see if we can place this. Yeah. That's how long I've been doing this, guys. Perfect placement. One shot. God, that's sad. That really is. Yeah, that's cool. Right. Let's start the flooring on this here, and I can get around to cleaning the rest of this a little later. We just see some junk as well, just clean it out. Keep it nice and clean. Cool. Now, this is the one. I think I'd like to maybe push in another plant here, would I? Yeah, just kind of get it in there, maybe. Yeah, that's better. So, I'm thinking about... Are you kidding me? We're out of... okay, I better go down and get some. We're too far away from the storage. Here, I'll collect some. This is the last of the decorating really I have to do. I want to kind of go between that and a cleanup as well. Winding back up, let's say, at my house and finishing there. Right, we'll get a couple of hundred of each plant. I'm just too far away from the food storage to... Is it food storage? No, it's not actually, it's here. Right, let's go and get some of these plants. We will need that, so I just grab about that much. We'll need the daisies just in case, of course. We'll grab that much. We'll definitely need dandelion. We'll grab those ones. Henbane is a biggie. We'll grab those ones. We won't be using that. I don't think we can grow that anyway. Yeah, we might be using that. And thistle. It's an interesting enough one, I suppose. We'll grab that. So that's more than enough. Alright, let's get to it, guys. Obviously cleaning up as we're going along as well. I'm thinking about chicory, henbane chicory, and we'll kind of go down like that. It's a pretty nice colour, and the white will blend as well, I'd say. Or will it be henbane chicory? We'll see. Didn't really make much of a difference. There. So save all 2, save all 1, 703. That's right. And we've got a little over half an hour. Let's see. So, let's check the henbane. Henbane is white. I need something with more color there. So we'll go chicory, henbane. Yeah, that's how we do it. So what we'll do to make this quicker, we'll just do every second one henbane, and then we'll go back over with the chicory. The reason I use the taller plants here is because of the backing tree. No, I don't think we can move the orchards. We can move the other trees that we grow. Now let me try it again. I don't think, no, because it's done in a section, like the fields. No, you can't move them. No, they cannot be done, because you're moving an entire plot. It's different with the trees, because it's just one piece where that kind of comes in on a section. Yeah, you can destroy. All you need to do is go into your hammer. I'm on Xbox, so I pull the left trigger, and you see that one there? Destroy single modules or whole structures. Click on that and you'll see this red kind of system. So you see where you can say log fence, you hit that, that's gone. You can destroy it. Yeah, it's on the hammer system. But it's not going to come up unless you've got your hammer out. Pull the left trigger on Xbox. That one is destroy. That one is remove insulation from a house. And that's to add it. You will require limestone. You can't really kind of put dye color on a house and decoration until you do the insulation. That one there is repair. And that one there is move. But you can move, you can't move fences. I could move that now. Because that's in more than, it won't move stacks, if you know what I mean. Just single items. So that would be considered a stack, and because there was more than one of them together, that would be. But this should move. Yeah, you see that? That would move. The single pieces. But you're not moving any stacks. Where were we? Yeah, henbane, was it? In a bad location, but I don't want to lose the plant. No, you're going to have to lose the plant. Yeah. You won't get it back. But it's pretty easy to get it. You know, you can buy a ton of junk wonder. So you could leave it there for a while until you got some cash together and some replacement plants. But if it's in a bad location, you could just leave it for a while. But there's a perk you can get. Let's say when you destroy buildings, you get 50% of it back. But that's just for buildings. Now, sometimes with some of the trees you destroy, you'll sometimes get a seed back. But as I said, the drop rate in that is pretty bad. But nothing is irreplaceable in this game. It's pretty easy to come across anywhere. So what is this, some apple trees and seeds and stuff? Yeah, you can buy those, you know, pretty easily. Could we pick up? No, you can't pick up the kids. Yeah, I'd love to be able to do so. We can chat with them, and we can get them to move if they're in the way. Yeah, it's such a pity, isn't it? Yeah. You can't damage an NPC either with a weapon, you know. But the good thing is they cannot be killed by animals, or animals will absolutely ignore them. But they can eventually die of old age. But that would be cool if you could pick the kids up, yeah. But you can give them presents once a season, yeah. You can give them swords and dolls, that's it. And it doesn't matter if they're male or female, you can give them any of those. Those you cannot make, you'll have... Well, the dolls you usually pick up from seamstresses. And the swords from blacksmiths. They're cheap enough as well. That will give you a tiny amount of credit, let's say, on the map. Getting there. 1 second, guys. Sorry about that, my doggos were going outside. You know what it's like, Christmas, guys. Getting ready for visitors and stuff. My doggos don't really care. That's it, guys. That's one side done. So that's a finished job on this. And this was only the stuff I kind of left till the end. Maybe unnecessary, but it's the only spot that was kind of lacking. Seeing as I put so much into the settlement, you know, why not do it properly? It's just at the last minute I decided to do this as well. There, we'll start from down here. Can I blend into that one? Oh, I've got them a ton of stuff. Yeah, I've got them a ton. No, they're very good. Well, especially Rex. Rex is that kind of dog where, you know, an intruder could break in with a balaclava and a machete, you know, and he would be really nice to him. You know, that kind of dog. He loves everything and everyone. Max, or Toby, is a little bit more suspicious. He'll bark, he won't bite. He'll bark on anyone strange, unless they prove to be friendly. And then he'll kind of, you know, be cautious, but he'll be nice. You know, he's not that trusting. And then there's Max again, who's not that trusting. But I wouldn't trust Max. Max is the kind of dog that, you know, if a kid tried to cuddle or squeeze him, I wouldn't take responsibility for Max. There is a good possibility he might snap. Yeah, it's because of the trauma he had when he was a puppy, before I got him, you know. This is something on a dog, let's say, you know, you'll never really fix. Toby as well had a decent amount of trauma, but not to the extent of Max. It's more of a trust issue now with Toby, you know. Yeah, but they're pretty good. But they're really good, let's say, to warn you there's someone coming. What, you couldn't use a dog for protection? No. For protection, Jonathan, I've got a Hurley beneath my bed. And a Hurley is like a kind of sports thing here we use in our national game. It's called hurling. You know it? Yeah. Like our version of a baseball bat. If a kid hugged you, yeah? Now let's keep going with this. And I'm only joking, I don't have anything under my bed. I'm just being funny. Yeah, I think that's okay like that. Maybe we could squeeze in a bit, but I think that's okay. We'll kind of take it from there. Yeah. I think that's why I said it. No, could never get into hurling as a kid. It was always football for me. Or as, you know, in North America, as soccer. But it's like our version of the baseball bat. It's a kind of multi-tool. Come on, Rex. Let's be nice about this, huh? I want to start from this end, actually. Okay. You see, with these lower ones, guys, it's a different story. We can kind of go up with the high ones. See how well, it doesn't look too bad there. Oh my god! Those dogs are going to drive me nuts. A shillelagh, yeah. It would be just basically a stick. Usually blackthorn.
Sometimes you just
Yeah,
blink
we'll go
and
with
then
the
there's
classic
no
here.
feelings.
I think this would be our best option. The high ones will only work when they've got a proper backing. Well, in my view anyway. You know. So we do a little different from here. Never seen anyone carry a shillelagh, to be honest. Right, let's get a bit of sleep, guys. What have we got? We've still got 20 minutes. We've got a lot done here. Oh, want to do a little experiment with that as well. We'll check the flowers on that in a second. But I tend to kind of go towards this because of its colouring. One's for sport, one's for sport. Yeah, I don't really want to. Toby, come on, get real. You're a vicious little bugger, you are. He's jealous of Rex because I think Rex got a treat. He got a treat as well, but he'll eat his treat really quickly and then try and steal Rex's treat. He's really, really greedy, but he can't help it, you know. Remember what I was saying? He kind of went through some times. Basically, my wife, I think it was my wife picked him up, but there was a neighbor of a friend, and yeah, she didn't want the dog anymore. But I'll tell you what, she did. He's a Pomeranian, a teacup guy, and he's probably the toughest Pomeranian I've ever seen. He's like the Rambo of Pomeranians, and I'll tell you why. She kept him outside in all kinds of weather, which is, you don't do that with Pomeranians, they're not big dogs. But she had him in a pretty large pen with some other dogs who were big dogs. So she didn't starve him or anything, but this is what she did. When she would feed the dogs, she would put one massive dish of food and just leave it out for them to eat, thinking that they would share, which is the stupidest thing ever. Dogs, like all pack animals, would have a kind of pecking order thing. So usually the weakest dog would be, you know, getting the least. So he had to get real tough. Yeah. Exactly. Brutal, isn't it? So that's why he's very aggressive. You know, he literally had to fight for food. So my wife seen this and then intervened and brought him home. And then he turned traitor on my wife, and he'll only stay with me now. Because it was a lady who owned him, you know. And now he's got, let's say, a kind of chip on his shoulder, you know. But that's why he's kind of greedy as well. Max, however, much more tragic. He was from a litter. And the owner of the litter was an idiot. a monster. Yeah, a monster and an idiot. What he did was he would let his kids play with the puppies. Um, I mean, like dragging them, pulling them, throwing them around kind of stuff, with no supervision whatsoever. So, apparently one of the puppies, one of the kids put it into a tumble dryer and turned it on. I heard the stories. Basically, when the guy came out to fix the tumble dryer, he got sick and refused to work, and he contacted the authorities. But yeah, he was basically torn in pieces, and Max would have suffered a lot at these guys' hands. So again, I intervened. I didn't really want more dogs, but I couldn't just see it go on. I did it to a friend. They were going to send the poor dog to a pound, but what would happen then? Because he was, let's say, he needed some work, even as a puppy. And what would happen is he wouldn't get an owner, and they would probably have to put him down. And I just felt so much for him. You know what I mean? But I've still got to be very careful. He's really vicious, you know. And he would turn on me in a second. But he's too small. He wouldn't be able to do me any damage, and he knows that, you know. But he only responds to strength. He's really messed up, you know. Again, much like a human being, let's say, there's a certain stage in your life where if you've suffered trauma, you'll bring it on forever. Yeah. He didn't do it personally, Wonder, but he's just as responsible for leaving puppies with kids unsupervised. You can't blame the kids. They didn't understand. Although I want to blame them, you know, for such a horrible thing. It is a good idea to introduce kids to pets at an early age, supervised, of course. It teaches them about caring and empathy for other things other than themselves. It's a great thing, you know, to be introduced to pets, especially dogs, at an early age. But not like that. Not like that. That's yeah. But you know, these are not the worst stories I've ever heard. I had well, I suppose I'm a good bit away from living from other people, but you could consider this person a neighbour. She was so bad with her doggo, she got the front page of the national newspaper. How bad is that? Yeah, she was a crone. A horrible, horrible, horrible waste of oxygen. She was, yeah, horrible. Exactly, yeah. It teaches them compassion, it teaches them empathy. Yeah, it teaches them a lot. But you can't leave kids go unsupervised. You know, they're just kids. You know what I mean? Yeah. They're just kids. And I don't know, but as a person who, you know, really loves their pets and that, and I feel like they're part of the family. You know, as silly as that may sound, I can't help it. But, you know, you will bond with your pet as if they were a family member. Maybe some people not. There's lots of people who despise pets. You know, well, that's their right, of course. You know, but I never trust them. Isn't that funny? Yeah, they have a certain kind of personality, let's say, that I've never been attracted to. So, I don't hate them or I don't mind them or I have no ill feeling. It's just I don't trust people who don't like pets. Just a funny thing, I suppose. You know? Oh yeah. Yeah. But a lot of people, if you say that, would say, you know, kind of thing. But for me it is, but I'm saying not for everyone, you know, as it may sound. To some people that would sound kind of ridiculous, and these are the kind of people I'm talking about. I don't, you know, fully trust people like that, you know. Yeah, well, these are the kind of people that have pets, unfortunately, you know. I'll leave you out in a moment, okay? We'll watch TV. And I got you treats as well. Yeah, I got him some nice things as well for Christmas. But he's in there with he's got a toy dog. He goes everywhere with that toy dog. Yeah, everywhere. He covers it up in the bed and he does all that stuff. Toby, not interested in toys or Max. That's because they've got issues, you know. No problem. Thanks for being here, Randy. Appreciate it. Have a good one. And as I said, I'll do my darnest to be back, even if it's just for an hour or two on Christmas Day. I'll try and find the time and, you know, say hi to you all again. Have a good one. But just in case I don't see you, Randy, have a great Christmas, a great New Year, and the best to you and your family. Have a good one. Bye. Yeah, we go with the lower plants here because they tend to kind of stick out a bit, which I definitely don't need. There. Here we'll have to kind of go on with this again. So, I don't know, bearing that, in fact, guys, wouldn't we be better off than going with, you know, maybe for what it is, to get this one each side. Let's see if we can move this little guy. Oh, it's on the outside. Oh, different story. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, those guys are on the outside. Okay, hang on. I'll move it. I'll move it, maybe. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be silly, guys, no matter what we do. We'll have to live with that one. Let's get rid of it. Yeah, these ones are, you know, more in there. Yeah, that would work. We're just running from there anyway. And to you too. Any suggestions? Villagers frequently report issues regarding mosquitoes. In this game? Oh, wow. I don't think I've ever heard that kind of line from the NPCs. Yeah, I don't think so. There's some stuff they talk about that you never have to do anything about. It's just some stuff I've never really passed much heed. Just to kind of make it more immersive, I suppose, you know. Where they would say things, let's say, unrelated to what you could do in the game. Now, they will talk about, you know, stuff like saying, you know, making a chair is as impossible as swimming. Well, that's kind of fun thing they kind of threw in because NPCs don't swim in this game. But they do like chairs and stuff outside. So that's kind of hint, let's say, you know, to start putting chairs and stuff outside so they can sit and kind of blend in. You get kids saying stuff like, you know, I need money, you know, crime pays well and stuff, or they didn't get any toys and stuff that no one loved them kind of thing. And that's another hint for you, let's say, to, you know, so you can give them presents and things like that, you know. But if you're talking about villages in this game with mosquitoes, I've never heard that line. At least I don't remember hearing it. But if it is there, it's probably just a kind of throwaway line. There's a lot of them. Nice, that worked out pretty well, didn't it? Alright, exactly the colour I needed.
That morning breeze. It smells divine.
But it is quite a strain, you know, taking care of 3 dogs. Especially if you're keeping all of them inside. There's a lot of cleaning, and I suppose there would be health issues as well because of the, you know, the fine hair from those guys. They've got a lot of things in place, let's say filters and stuff. But it's never really affected me, you know. I haven't got a bad chest or anything like that. It's just as well. I'm getting much older as well, and it is a strain. But, you know, these dogs are pretty old. Within the next few years, they will pass away. And I don't know, I don't think I have it in me anymore to be able to, you know, care for them like this to such an extent. It's getting harder and harder for me to, you know, bring them for walks and that as well.
My little Mercy
Even though I
is
do.
more than a grown bull. How's that possible?
Yeah, yeah. You know, they need to get out and that. And as you get older as well, you find it's harder and harder to do. Especially if you're keeping them inside. There's a lot of work, you know, in taking care of dogs. If you want to do it properly, it's a big commitment. But the benefits weigh, you know, really outweigh, you know, the work you put in. But then it gets to the stage, you know, with your health and your age and stuff where, you know, this gets to be very hard to do. So whenever they pass away, I don't know. I've had a doggo, guys, since I was 5. You know. I've cared for doggos since I was 5, I should say. I don't really regard them as property, even though they are, in a way, you're responsible for them. But they're friends, you know, plain and simple. But in the eyes of the law, they're property. And I'm not, you know, some kind of, you know, kind of snowflake vegetarian, you know, kind of thing. It's just the way I feel about my doggos, you know. I hate putting in the chicory. You've got to go all the way down to here. Yeah, I like cats as well, but never got around to actually owning a cat. But it's a different experience. Oh, hang on. It's not exactly true. I did, back in my teen years, pick up a stray. Outside a mill. It must have gotten separated from the pack. But she lived with me for about 2 years and then strayed away. You can't really kind of box in a cat like you would, let's say, a dog. Dog is quite happy, you know, like that, or at least seems to be. A cat wants to be out and about. I don't remember a neighbour's cat. She was a good bit away. But it used to visit me every few days. Oh, absolutely, yeah. She probably got mixed up with some kind of wildcats or something. And then kind of strayed away, you know. There are. I wonder. I'll show you where they are if you wish. Yeah. Yeah. When they're young, very, very hard to. You know, and very worrisome when your pet goes missing. I'll show you where they are. I wonder. There's 5 of them actually. So, if you look down here, there's one mine just below Lensica. That's number 1. Mine number 2 is just outside Jezerica. You see it right there. That's number 2. And number 3, Hornica. You will see it over here. That's 3 of the mines. 3 in the bottom, 2 on the top. Now, the 2 on the top. Oh, this one you've obviously found. Barnica, or whatever it's called. There it is there. Right just above Barnica. And the next one... Where is it again? Yeah, where's that next one? Here, let's put this up here for a minute. Yeah, it should come up with a resource storage. Yeah, and there's one there. Oh, where's the 5th one? I thought it was 2 on the top. Ah. Yeah, that's the 3 I showed you. 1, 2, 3. Oh, sorry. My apologies. There's 4 on the bottom. I wonder. And there's that one there just below Lensica. That one just above Jezerica. And that one there to the side of Hornica. And then again, between Hornica and Jezerica, there's another one here. So, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this obvious one, which you've probably gotten, and that one there. So that's the 5 of them. I would recommend, putting up a resource storage outside it. But yeah, she used to come every few days. I would feed her and whatever. Really nice cat. But the neighbour moved away. No problem, Wonder. The neighbour moved away. I think about 10 or 12 miles, Jonathan. And about 2 weeks later, the cat actually showed up at my door. So I fed it, and then I went in to get it something else, and it disappeared. And then every 2 or 3 weeks, the cat would show up. Is that normal? Yeah. Like, it was a good 10 miles. How would it even find its way? Villagers are unable to mine tin and iron ore. They'll only mine the tin and iron ore once you put a mine up, Wonder. They won't do it from the building or the excavation shed. It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's good 10 miles. Yeah. Then it went missing. Never seen it again. Yeah. I would say, yeah, about 10 miles. I suppose you could shortcut across things, but a good 8, at the very least, a minimum, was a good 8. Yeah, I thought so. It was a bit much. Oh, Rex loves cats. But cats don't love Rex, unfortunately. Yeah, in with the henbane, then we're done on that side. But no, my doggos, even Max would not attack a cat. Oh, I used to have a Pomeranian before, guys. Before these two. He was murdered by some pit bulls in my front yard. From an idiot dog owner who, you know those kind of dog owners, Jonathan, that would get a dog for, as a kind of accessory. I think he dabbled in some hash and stuff. You know, this kind of local, kind of nickel and dime drug dealer kind of dude. Yeah. So you had these really horrible pit dogs. And you couldn't blame the dogs. You know, they can be quite nice even though they're dangerous. But he would treadmill them and feed them raw meat, blood them, and would let them roam free. Yeah. No. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. Not hating on the poor doggos, but they were bred for other things. They do. They need to be taught. But he would let them roam. Like, even at one stage, they mugged an old lady. Yeah, the pit bulls mugged an old lady. She was coming home and she had some shopping. She was walking. She had a cooked chicken or something in the bag, and they literally mugged her and took the chicken from her. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Yeah, I contacted the dog warden, everything. They just poo-pooed me. So, he was locked up in my yard, but the mistake my wife made was his lead, she tied it to the gate. By some freak thing, they couldn't get through the gate. They managed to get the lead. You know the lead he was on? And they pulled the lead, and they pulled him straight through the gate. And in the process, they got him through the bars and broke all of his teeth. And then when they had him outside, they tore him apart. 2 of them, like a rag doll. I seen this from my top window. I literally jumped from my top window. I didn't even hit the stairs onto my truck. I had an axe. Unfortunately, it's just as well I couldn't catch them. Yeah, I had an axe. I called the cops. The cops came, they sympathized. I said, do something or I will do something. So, usually they wouldn't, but apparently this guy had a record and they didn't like him. So, he was up in court for related petty charges, like dealing and stuff. And they threw that one in as well. Yeah. 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 I would have felt horrible if I had to do it, but it just went red. Everything just went red for me. I just literally lost control. This poor baby dog, he was with me for 10 years, Breaks my heart, it absolutely does. If raised, yeah. But all dogs, in a sense, cannot be trusted around kids. Even, let's say, the most tame dogs can turn. But the way it is with the smaller dogs, pets and that, there's only X amount of damage that they can do. But if you've got a pit bull or Rottweiler, a Doberman turn on you, you're in trouble. Because these dogs can do a lot of damage, Yeah, they can, Yeah, any animal. Some can do it for jealousy. Probably the breed I've seen, let's say, that could turn because of jealousy issues. You see a couple and they have a dog for years. It's a terrier breed. And they're lovely, And then they suddenly have a kid. So all their attention is away from the dogs. And a dog can get, kind of iffy about something like that. I'm not saying it happens all the time, but at the end of the day, your kid is, very, very important. You shouldn't really trust any dog with a kid. There's always that small chance. Now, some dogs are absolutely wonderful, but are you willing, even if it's 1,000 or 1,000,000 to one shot, are you willing to risk your kid's safety? You know. It's a bit of a laugh when you get a cat that randomly attacks you like one of the old ones, but if you grew only a little bigger, that wouldn't be big trouble. Yeah, like the tigers and the cats and stuff. Yeah, if cats were bigger, it would be. Yeah. But yeah, I murdered my dog. But yeah, he got chewed out in with the charges in court and whatever the case may be. Now, in the meantime, what he tried to do was he gave his dogs to his friend to spirit away to another area, right? Unfortunately, I have a lot of friends in town. So, whatever was going on, I got it all back, They told me exactly where the dogs were and where he was hiding them. Now, I don't feel good about what I did, but it was a reason for why I did it. I made sure the authorities knew exactly where the dogs were, and they got the dogs, and unfortunately, or fortunately, put them down. Horrible, I know, but hear me out. For 3 weeks before, these dogs were outside, and my little my grandnephew was playing in my yard, and I know dogs. They were watching him. They were stalking my grandnephew, who was about 3 or 4 years old at the time. And I remember saying to my wife, those dogs are dangerous. Now, if I let that one go, and I absolutely know that they would hurt some kid, I would be to blame for that. That's how I justified it to myself anyway. I'd like to think I didn't do it out of revenge. Yeah. They were literally stalking my grandnephew. I said that. My wife said I was exaggerating, but she knows nothing about dogs. She lived in a family that were not into pets. You know what I mean? So she wouldn't have had the experience that I had. So I think anyway. Yeah, they would have hurt a kid. And they already mugged an old lady, Literally. But I still kind of feel guilty about it, guys. You know what I mean? It's a pity. They were nice dogs. But they were destroyed. They were corrupted, They were. Yeah. But I would have been part of the problem, Absolutely. Yeah. A horrible, horrible human being. And a very dysfunctional person as well, obviously. You know what it's like in a small enough area. You know everyone's business, Jonathan. Oh my. Oh my good God. Once it gets to the stage where you don't train your dog properly and they start biting people, especially mastiffs. Yeah, unfortunately there's no... Yeah. You see, you're responsible for your doggos. If if you know their temperament and they're capable of biting someone, you should know that you can't let them out and do stuff like that, because if they bite someone, yeah, it cannot be tolerated, you know. No, absolutely. I don't think the laws are harsh enough. You know, as I said, that person who got the national paper, yeah, she got away scot-free. I think within 3 months later, she had another pet and no one said anything. You can imagine to get, you know, the front page of a national paper. You know. Unfortunately, when it comes to the kind of popular doggos, let's say, that wannabe drug dealers would use, unfortunately, I think no amount of licensing could save us from that. I know the UK had, do you remember back in the 90s and 2000s, they had a ton of deaths because of these breeds of dogs, these pit bulls and mastiffs and staffs and stuff, because of idiot owners who wanted a kind of status symbol, you know, that kind of stuff. They're too dangerous. Yeah, they're way too dangerous. It's basically the selective breeding I used, you know. I don't think they could ever be safe. And it's more got to do with their aggression and size. You know, as I said, you can't 100% trust any dog, or any human either for that matter. But, you know, with a dog, let's say, if you've got a small doggo, you're limiting the amount of damage it can do. You know, and small doggos, they're less likely to do it, you know, because of, they probably fear you, you know. But with a big dog, you know, they've got an ego, you know. Yeah. Now, my opinion might be biased because I have suffered because of these kinds of dogs, obviously. I don't think I am, but, you know, anyone who is biased would never think that anyway. So, yeah, I suppose in some way I'm biased because they, you know, they murdered my doggos, you know. So, I don't know, I wouldn't be the one, really, that could pass judgment on that. Even though that happened so long ago, Jonathan, I still remember it. And I still think about it from time to time. Oh, well, thank you. I wouldn't like to be malicious towards anything, to be honest. But I did feel there was an absolute threat, and I didn't think, you know, the authorities or anyone, they were just happy enough to just, you know, see it through. I'm sure the odds were quite high that these dogs were going to do some horrible damage to some poor kid. You know, maybe disfigure him for life, or, you know, probably bite some old lady really badly. Like, I'm close to it a few times. I shouldn't have been in the position, Jonathan, to do that. And that was up to the dog warden. You know, he had all the facts and everything. But, you know, when I did eventually get to see him, I explained the situation. No, but hang on. Before I explained the situation, he said, "Have you got a license for those dogs?" I said, I was going to strangle them. I said, "Are you kidding me?" You're going to preach to me, I said, about a license. Of course I had. I said, you're going to preach to me about a license. I said, you're not doing your job. What's wrong? I said. Are you afraid of the 2-bit drug dealer? Are you not getting paid, I said, for a job? Oh, well, you know, it's not it. I said, it is like that. Well, the problem with what you want to do now is you'd have to get up in court and testify. He tried to scare me. I said, no problem. I'll get up in court and testify. I said, if you're afraid of them, I said, I'm not. You shouldn't be in this job. And I said, the fact, I said, that you asked me for a license, I said, oh, well, you know how it is. I said, yeah. I know exactly, I said, how it is. He shouldn't have a dog. You shouldn't have your job. Well, there's no need to be like that. I said, I was pretty reasonable, I said, in the beginning. And I said, I wanted to be civil. But I said, you did this. You did this. I said, you cost me my dog's life. You should have done your job, I said, right from the start. This is not the first time I said they've done something like this. I've complained to your office time and time again. What did you think I was, a Karen? I said, what guy would you see doing this? You just didn't want to do your job. I said, you probably know this guy, I said, and his family. So, he knew I was going to take it farther, so then he, then he turned a blind eye when they went missing. And then when I kind of ratted out where the dogs were, some of my friends told me who were living nearby that they seen the guys come in and they forcibly removed the dogs. Horrible, horrible thing. No, he was a bad person as well. He really was. He was. I'm sorry about my rant, guys. But this is part of the problem, And that I've never really mentioned to anyone before. Yeah, but as a sensible human being, Jonathan, with the kind of complaints that went into about those doggers, a reasonable human being would say, hang on, if there's some kiddies playing outside and these dogs, if they rub these dogs the wrong way, we're going to see some horrible tragedy. I think any reasonable person would have come to that conclusion. And then he should say, well, seeing as it's my job and I'm getting paid to make sure this doesn't happen, maybe I should look into it, That's why I think he's a horrible person. Nice, exactly what colour I wanted on that. What is that part of it anyway? Yeah, even more so than I would have been directly responsible if I had not have ratted out where those dogs were. Yeah. Well, I might give him a pass, let's say, on the old lady. This would have been the first time there would have been a threat to a human, So I might, if I was, feeling pretty generous, maybe give him a pass on that. Maybe. But that was the time then. That was the time. And if he had done his job, then, even if he had to put the pressure on the owner, But, Jonathan, these dogs were muzzle free. There's one thing to let dogs roam around like it was the Wild West. But to leave pit bulls that you've trained on a treadmill, feeding them blooded raw meat, and leave them run around without muzzles is sheer madness. You know what I mean? It's absolute sheer madness. You must be looking to do some serious time in jail. It goes beyond stupidity. Yeah, they were pretty wild. I'm sure they were nice doggos, you know. But these guys, these dogs would only respond to men. You know what I mean? They had zero respect for females. Yeah, they could have been such nice dogs as well. It's horrible. Okay, we've done enough cleaning, would you believe? Oh, I'm 6 hours and 23 minutes. Yeah, I probably got about an hour and a half left on this. So what I'll do is, it will give me an excuse to come on for a couple of hours, guys, on Christmas Day. My Christmas Day. Yeah, so that would probably be for anyone. Yeah, it would be still Christmas Day for you too. 5 hours behind. So that's what I'll do. I'll come on Christmas Day. We'll have a chat and I'll do the rest of this decorating. That's for now. I've got to save this guy. Yeah, well, that's the story, guys. But I learned some cruel lessons, to be honest. That's why these guys have survived so long. I'm absolutely paranoid now. If I leave my dogs out in the front yard, even though it's 100% safe, I literally stay with them until they come in. I take nothing for granted anymore. I always constantly worry about them. So, okay. Let's save this one here. Perfect. And I have done 6.5 hours actually. Yeah, I need a rest. So what I'll do, I will probably eat lots of junk food. Oh my god. Okay, it's Christmas. We'll call it Christmas. I think I deserve it, maybe. Yeah, I have some nice things ready. I'm going to absolutely make a pig of myself. And then, I think in the new year, I'll cut out a lot of junk food. I'll get back in shape. Who knows? Maybe Jessica Alba might be available. Never know. Yeah, absolutely. And to you too. And take care. Oh, hi Corin. My pleasure. I hope you have a wonderful festive season. To you and your family. Have a good one, Corin. Take care and stay safe. Yeah, so that's me done, guys. Yeah. I will be back. Yeah, I'll make the time. You know, because it's not too bad for me. Because I start off my stream at 1 AM in the morning. So, you know, all of the silliness will be, you know, gone by then. I might be a bit tired, but I can still go on for a few hours. All I need is a few hours to finish the settlement. And I don't think I've missed Christmas Day yet on Twitch. And, I don't really want to start now. So, hope to see you for a little while. I've just stop in and say hi. Would be nice, would really make my Christmas. So, take care everyone. Thanks for watching, appreciate it. Yeah. And, yeah, hopefully see you all. Don't know how long I'll be on for, guys. Just as long as it takes to finish this. So, it will probably be anywhere between an hour and 2 hours, I'd say, to finish. But you know me, when I'm chatting and stopping, God knows how long it will take. So, and you too, Jaeger. I hope you and yours have a wonderful and happy New Year and Christmas. And you too, Voltron. Thanks for being here. To you and your family, I wish you all the best and prosperous New Year. So goodbye, Voltron, Jaeger, Corin, Jonathan, Suburban Werewolf, and Young, if you're watching. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. And, of course, to Terry, Randy, Hufflepuff and Tigger, if you're watching. Have a wonderful rest of your Christmas. And to everyone, of course. And for those of you I don't see over the Christmas and New Year, I wish you all the very best for you and your families for the coming year. And, of course, to Wonder. Have a good one, Wonder. Take care and stay safe. What else have we got here? And of course, Trav. Take care, Trav. Thanks for hanging out. Have a wonderful Christmas. That's everyone I can see, guys. Now, there's probably some people that chatted and haven't come up and obviously lurked silently. If I've missed anyone, guys, apologies to whoever I might have missed. And again, to everyone who is watching, lurking, supporting. Appreciate it, guys. And again, have a wonderful Christmas. A happy and peaceful New Year. Yeah, so I'll come back for a few hours on Christmas Day, guys. If you can, drop in, say hi. If not, I totally understand. And yeah, take care. Stay safe. So, we'll do the usual. We'll do a quick raid. I'll definitely get some sleep. So, let's see who's out there. Let's see. Make sure I save again here. Oh, wrong one. I could do with something to eat as well, I'd say. Now, let's see who's streaming.